under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mayor and members of the council met in closed session to discuss items A, B, C, D, and one item under F in closed session, and there is no reportable action at this time.
Okay, we do have a number of ceremonial items, starting with a presentation to a legacy business. Hey, Johnny. Come on up. I didn't see you. You were hiding. So, today we are proud to recognize the Ice House as a Pasadena legacy business founded in 1960 by Willard Chilcott, with Bob Stain joining soon after. The club has welcomed audiences to 24 North Mentor Avenue for more than 65 years. As the oldest continuously operating comedy club in the nation, it remains a cornerstone of Pasadena's cultural history. Originally a folk music coffee house, the Ice House shifted to full-time stand-up in 1973 under Bob Fisher and quickly became a nationally known launchpad for talent. It's hosted more than 75 live comedy album recordings and featured legends from George Carlin and Robin Williams to Jerry Seinfeld and Ellen DeGeneres and Lily Tomlin. And then in 2019, Johnny Bus ushered in a new era with a major renovation during the pandemic with upgraded infrastructure. And if you haven't been there recently, please do visit. Today we honor the Ice House and Johnny for the enduring legacy, cultural impact, and deep commitment to our community. On behalf of the City Council, we thank you, Johnny, and congratulate you for bringing that historic gem back to life in a very elegant and funny way. So everybody, Johnny Bus.
Thank you so much, Mayor Gordo and council. This is City Council. This is great, and the people of Pasadena have been so supportive, as you all have, and I really appreciate it because it gives the inspiration to keep it alive another 66 years. We're celebrating 66 on Route 66, so it's kind of exciting for us right now. And Route 66 is celebrating their 100th year. So thank you very much, and let's keep it going. Let's keep the jokes going, right?
Johnny and I do our annual show, comedy show at the Ice House for the Playhouse District.
Yes.
Why don't you give us a taste of that?
He's a lot funnier than you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you again. Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we're going to do an Arbor Day presentation. And I will ask Michael King and Daniel Ayers to join me. Established in 1872, Arbor Day promotes the planting and care of trees to support a healthy ecosystem in both urban and natural environments. Pasadena has been recognized as a Tree City USA for 36 consecutive years and has earned its 26th Growth Award from the National Arbor Day Foundation. And as you all know, we remain committed to remaining a city that appreciates and loves its trees. I always tell the story that when you see an aerial photo, there's one in particular taken by NASA of the San Gabriel Valley, you can point to Pasadena because of its rich greenery, and we should always strive to ensure that that remains the case. The city will host on April 18th a planting of 50 new trees in District 5 around Villa Park in partnership with the Pasadena Beautiful Foundation. So again, I thank the foundation, I thank all the volunteers and the staff for keeping our city so green, lush, and beautiful. Thank you.
Don't forget, we're planting trees. We're providing the trees.
That's right, you're probably.
Oh, you guys walked up, we knew it was Pasadena Beautiful.
Come on, Councilwoman Rita, come on out here.
There's some flowers for you, Johnny.
Yeah. Get a little warm in here. Amina, you're the star. Get in the middle there.
Oh,
She's our tree
No,
guru.
we're a team.
Here we go.
Here, you hold it.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
And we invite all of you to come and join us. It's always a good day when we plant trees. So please take a moment and join us. Thank you, Victor.
Thank you. Next, on a much more serious matter, we are going to present, and I'll ask Lola Osborne, Dr. Luisa Ortega, Jennifer Thibault, Tim Wellman, our Chief Assistant City Prosecutor, and Nicole Lemus to join me. Nicole Lemus is our newly minted victims witness advocate in the city of Pasadena. So if you'll all step up and join me. Sexual assault, we are in Sexual Assault Prevention and Awareness Month. Sexual assault affects all people of all backgrounds, and we've seen that highlighted more and more as more women and people in general have the strength to step forward and say they were victimized at one point. That's why we're so glad that Nicole Lemus is here. As part of our city staff now in the city prosecutor's office, because she offers a wealth of resources to those who need them. And so I'll take this opportunity to say to people, if you need resources, if you've been impacted or know someone who needs resources and has been affected, please reach out to Nicole in the Pasadena City Prosecutor's Office. National Sexual Assault Prevention and Awareness Month highlights the need to challenge misconceptions and support survivors. And it is important that we rededicate ourselves to creating a society where sexual assault is not tolerated, survivors are supported, and all persons in our community can live without fear of sexual assault. On behalf of the City Council, I hereby proclaim the month of April 2026 in Pasadena as Sexual Assault Prevention and Awareness Month. And also the week of April 19th, 2025, 19 through 25, 2026, as National Crime Victims' Rights Week. And I encourage everyone to participate in Denim Day by wearing jeans on April 29th to affirm that there is no excuse and never an invitation to rape.
Good evening, Mayor Gordo and council members. My name is Doctora Luisa Ortega, and I'm here on behalf of the Commission on the Status of Women. I want to thank you for your continued leadership in recognizing Denim Day and Sexual Assault Awareness Month here in Pasadena. Your proclamation affirms a shared value in our city that safety, dignity, and respect are fundamental for all residents, and that there is no excuse for sexual violence. Sexual violence remains a serious public health and safety issue. Nationally, 1 in 5 women will experience rape or attempted rape in LA County, and over half of women and nearly 1 in 3 men have experienced sexual violence involving physical contact and higher rates among vulnerable populations. Today is both an expression of gratitude and a call for continued partnership. We appreciate the city's commitment to raising awareness, and we stand with survivors. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, during your remarks, you had mentioned if someone finds themselves in need to reach out to Nicole or the prosecutor's office, how would they do that? I know how they would do it, but I just wanted for the tape.
They can call our office at 626-744-4611. You can also go on the city's website, cityofpasadena.net, and look under the city attorney, city prosecutor's office, and send an email. But you can speak with Nicole Lemus directly if you dial that number.
Thank you.
And one other matter that I wanted to make a statement about and announce is I want to remind everyone that next week we are having a joint meeting with the City Council and the Pasadena Unified School District, and the following council meeting on April 27th is scheduled to be canceled. Between these two meetings on April 24th is the Day of Remembrance of the Armenian genocide. And I want to take a moment to acknowledge the tragic events which began on April 24th, 1915, and continued until 1923, resulting in the death of 1.5 million Armenian men, women, and children. Since memories fade with time, it's important to remind ourselves that those who survived the Armenian genocide and their successors have had to work hard to make these events known to the world. And as a community, it's appropriate for us to stand together with our Armenian brothers and sisters in an effort to memorialize their fallen ancestors and ensure that this horrible act is not repeated. On behalf of the City Council, I solemnly proclaim April 24th, 2026 in Pasadena as a day of remembrance of the Armenian genocide. And as we remember the past, let us also dedicate ourselves to building a better future for everyone. Thank you. Okay.
Public comment.
Next, we'll move to public comment for matters not on the agenda. Yeah. I'm going to ask, we'll give you up to 2 minutes, but I will ask, because we have a heavy agenda, that you try and limit it to 1.5 minutes if possible. Thank you.
Miyako, Yuba, and Rima Alvardine, maybe? Alvardian, and then Agnes Zhu. That's one speaker card, so I guess there's 3 people. Are you here?
If you've heard your name, please step forward and form a line in the middle.
I don't see them, so
Okay.
we'll move on to Yadi. Are you here?
I don't see Yadi.
All right. Kate E.
No.
I don't see Kate E. Then Marina Romans. Great. And then Marion Albina, Ann Scheid, Ken Compton, Daniel Powell, and then Michael Flynn.
Welcome, ma'am.
Good evening. I am here today. My name is Marina Romans,
That's Kate E.
and I'm here to advocate for preservation of arroyo trees. We just heard the praise of Pasadena as the city of trees, and yet there are 17 mature, healthy trees that have been slated for removal. I have been walking in Arroyo for over 30 years daily and can attest to the fact that Arroyo is full of flammable material. However, it's not those trees that are in question. There are dead and dying trees on both sides of the channel, and those include 13 native oaks that the city has planted and allowed to die. They are all dead. They have not been slated for removal, and yet those mature, healthy trees have been. Also, there are 2 trees, large, completely dead trees next to the San Pasqual stables, a mulberry and a Chinese elm, I think. They are steps away from the residence and from the structure where the horses are housed. Those trees are imminent threat of fire, and since one of the main reasons for cutting those mature trees has been given as risk of fire, priority should be given to the ones that are clearly and obviously dead. Am I done?
Yes. Your time is expiring. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kate E., I see you're in the line, then Marianne Albina, Ann Scheid, Ken Compton, Daniel Powell, and then Michael Flynn.
If you heard your name, please step forward.
This past week, Hassan Ali Rizk, a 1-year-old who had just learned how to walk, went missing during an Israeli bombardment. His family found his body in a hospital morgue. 3-year-old Ahmed Hariri was killed with his older brother Hadi and mother Zainab. Kindergartner Lamar Saad killed alongside her mother Nihal. Teacher Khawla Medlej was picking up her sons Abbas and Youssef when Israeli strikes killed all 3. Social worker Rana Maleb was distributing medicine and aid to families who had been bombed out of their homes when she was killed. Rana Naji went to buy milk for her daughters. Her body was found under the rubble of a pharmacy. Fatima Amhaz, whose brother is still kidnapped by Israel in 2024, died when the pharmacy where she was working was bombed. You might assume this was Gaza, but this was last Wednesday in Lebanon, where Israel's killed over 2,000 people since March 2nd, because you made excuses for the slaughter of innocents in Gaza, telling Israel they're free to murder families anywhere they want just to steal their land. And now they're doing it. Meanwhile, in Gaza, 9-year-old Ritaj Abdul Rauf Raihan was killed by a sniper's bullet as she sat in a class in a tent. She was shot in front of her fellow 3rd grade classmates. I look forward to 110 years from now when you finally recognize the Gaza, Lebanon, Iran genocide.
Thank you.
Marianne Albina, followed by Ann Scheid, then Ken Compton, then Daniel Powell, then Michael Flynn.
Salvina, welcome.
My name is Marianne Albina. I am a Palestinian and Armenian member of All Saints. In 2017, Trump visited Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria and tossed paper towels into a crowd. We saw then a politician who made a visible gesture after a catastrophe, but he did it in a way that failed to meet the reality of human suffering. On May 11th, you face your own moment. You have the opportunity to sign an amendment that clearly names the moral foundation of an ethical investment policy. Your decision that day will show the values that drive your actions. An ethical investment policy cannot remain silent about the very conditions that make it necessary. If the policy avoids naming what is happening in Palestine, it risks collapsing into yet another hollow gesture. Visible, yes, but profoundly inadequate, morally evasive, and utterly insufficient. Leadership demands more than spin and performance. Show clarity and courage, and sign the amendment on Palestine to make Pasadena's commitments unmistakable. Speak up for the Palestinians the same way you just spoke up for the Armenians. Courage to acknowledge the genocide when it is occurring is courage. Courage acknowledging it after is really something for the weak. So be among the courageous and sign that amendment. Thank you.
Ann Scheid, followed by Ken Compton, then Daniel Powell, then Michael Flynn.
Ann,
Ann.
welcome.
Well, I'm very sorry to follow that, but anyway. I'm concerned about the trees also in the arroyo, and what has already been mentioned is true, that these trees, but I would like to enlarge on that and say that these trees are a habitat, as every tree is. Habitat for insects, for birds, for owls, for squirrels, for all sorts of living creatures. And it's a shame to take down trees that are not a fire danger because they are growing and living trees. And as was mentioned, there are other fire dangers in the arroyo. And I'd like to just mention that Pasadena is acknowledged, as you did, for having a very large tree canopy. But in recent years, that canopy has been reduced by unfortunate tree trimming. And Sacramento has a canopy of 19%, and they are going for 35%. And I think Pasadena should try to increase the canopy because the canopy is shade, and the canopy and the trees absorb carbon dioxide and release oxygen. They're essential for our lives, really. And I would like to see the city act on improving the tree planting process, making sure that the residents know that the trees have to be watered, because in these days they're not going to get enough natural water. So anyway, I would hope that the city would respect trees and encourage them instead of taking them down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ken Compton, followed by Daniel Powell, then Michael Flynn.
Mr. Compton, welcome.
Good evening. My name's Ken Compton, and I also am in favor of saving the trees in the arroyo. I'm a daily visitor in the arroyo now, and I've been coming to the arroyo about 3 years. However, last May, they had a vote to remove 17 mature, healthy trees from the arroyo. Before any of us in the arroyo knew about it, we found out about it when the trees were marked for removal. And that's what sparked our interest in trying to save them. So they're mature, healthy trees. They do provide a beautiful ecosystem down there for all the birds, the wildlife, the horned owls. It's a wonderful place for those trees to remain. And that's why we're here tonight. We want to make sure that they at least table another vote on what they want to do with the trees, and we want to have just a larger voice on how we can potentially save them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Is Daniel Powell here? Mr. Powell?
Mr. Powell, welcome.
What a beautiful day to be in Pasadena. I wanted to compliment this town. I have been a resident on January 1st for the last 46 years, and 2 years ago I made a sizable investment at the corner of Arroyo Parkway in Colorado, the old Chase Bank. I'm the newest owner since 1889, 150 years. I have had a really good experience with the police department, fire department, today 2 of the branch libraries, the parks. It's just a really great city, not the least of it's great for thrifting. I am going to invite the community, everyone here, the council, your plus ones, to 2 parties I'm celebrating with the building. May 9th, I'm opening the Pasadena Institute of Art at the location. We'll be 5 to 10 p.m. We'll have an 11-piece Afro-Cuban band a DJ, silent disco. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Dress as if you're going to a grand opening gala at a new art institute. That's what it is. Number 2, on June 6th, which is 6/6, I will be celebrating the best Route 66 celebration ever. Lots and lots of surprises, but importantly, it goes from 3 to 10 p.m. It'll feature the USC Trojan Marching Band. It will have a DJ. It will have a 7-piece brass band. It will have a silent disco, and it'll be mostly in the parking lot. That will cost $66, and all the money goes to an economic opportunity center at 66th and King Drive, where somebody's been shot since this meeting started. 10 shootings a day.
Thank you, Mr. Powell, and we hope to see you there, and thank you for your investment in our community and very thoughtful events.
Michael Flynn.
Hi, I'm here speaking for Pasadena for Palestine. We are happy that progress is being made towards a better ethical investment policy. However, despite the principal motivation of our group being to address in some way the plight of the Palestinians, there is no mention of Gaza or Palestine in the planned clarification of the ethical investment criteria. As we understand, the forthcoming revision of the ethical investment policy will clarify that the current policy of considering human rights in investment criteria includes prohibitions on investing in weapons manufacturers, oil companies, and private prisons. I'm asking the council to mention the Gaza genocide, mention the violation of Palestinian human rights. Otherwise, your claims to upholding human rights cannot be credible. In fact, this leads to a serious problem with credibility. For example, many claim here to be part of the resistance against Trump. What are you resisting? You're not resisting the creation of the largest concentration of child amputees in the world in Gaza. You're with Trump on that. What about State Taman, where IDF soldiers gang raped a Palestinian prisoner, leading to severe internal injuries and criminal charges from the IDF? There were riots in Israel in support of the rapists, with Israeli Knesset member Henok Milwitsky saying everything is permitted against their Palestinian victim. To be clear, that's the equivalent of a congressman saying it's okay to rape prisoners. As of March 2026, this past month, the charges for the rapist soldiers have been dropped, and the whistleblower who reported the crime is facing criminal investigation. Question, does that not sound like a human rights issue? Today, you mentioned the Armenian genocide. Many countries have denied that genocide for 100 years, including Israel. Please don't do that for Gaza. Please mention Gaza and Palestine in the revisions of the ethical investment policy.
Thank you.
That completes public comment on matters not on the agenda.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the consent calendar, and
We have speaker cards on item 3
okay.
and item 10. Did you want to?
Yes, so on items, on item 10, that item has been pulled from our agenda and will not be heard this evening. Item 11, I intend to recuse myself on, as it involves it includes a project that's in close proximity to my home. And I think the other members of the city council will also make a similar adjustment or announcement.
No. On this item, it is just the mayor.
Yeah, okay.
And Mayor, you have the choice of recusing on the entirety of item 11, or you can just recuse on sections
Yes.
10 and 12 of item 11. So
Yes.
you would step out.
Right.
And the rest of the council would vote on items 10 and 12. Then you can return.
And vote on the remainder.
Actually, Mayor, I think I'm in the same position. I wanted to step out on projects 10 and 11 from item 11. I'm sorry, 10 and 12 from item 11.
10 and 12.
Right.
Yes, so I want to, in abundance of caution, for the same reason I own property under 1,000 feet from
Yeah,
those
hers is
projects. And just to be
1,000.
safe,
Yeah.
I'm going to abstain from that.
It's a striping of the
600.
bike lane, but out of an abundance of caution, the vice mayor and I will step out of the room.
Because bike lanes are real
Well,
property value added.
I'll speak for myself, but I don't do a lot of bike riding anyway.
Yeah, that's not, it's based on the FPPC regulations and interpretation.
Yeah.
So someone else would lead the meeting while you step out.
Sure.
Besides the
Okay.
vice mayor.
When we get to item 11,
Yeah. Well, it's being pulled. and so-
right now.
Okay.
That's 3. Item 10 is being, we do have 2 speaker cards on
We
item
could take,
10.
how about we take up item 11 now and then allow everybody to come back?
Okay.
You can do that.
So we'll take up item 11 and hold items 10 and 12 of item 11. And Mr. Hampton, since you spoke up, you can chair that part of the meeting. Thank you.
So Mayor and,
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a
hold on a
You have to wait
second.
until they walk out of the room, even though they can hear us back there.
It might influence our vote.
But you can't see them and they can't see you, so there's no.
Mr. Chairman,
May I entertain a motion on,
I will move the items 10 and 11 in.
No,
10,
items
10 and
10 and
12
12
on item 11.
of item 11.
Second.
we have a motion and a second? All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. You guys can come back.
Great job.
Thank you.
He was blessed and honored to chair the meeting.
For 2 seconds. Yeah, we should have you do that more often. Okay, so now on the remainder of item 11.
Do we have public comment?
Wait, not on 11.
I'll move
We do not.
the item.
Oh, wait, we can do the whole, can we do the whole calendar now?
Yes, except for item 3 and item 10.
Ah, gotcha. Okay, yeah.
Got it.
So with the exception of item 3 and 10, is there a motion? Mr. Cole,
Second.
second by Mr. Lyon.
Hold on a second, Mayor. For item 13 and 14, I'm just going to read it into the record. We had 16 letters for item 13 expressing support for sending the proposed letter to the California Board of Forestry and/or providing related comments. And for item 14, we had 1 letter thanking Brandon Lamar for his service on the PRHB and advocating for the city council to consider more balance on the board when making the next appointment. Those letters were distributed to the council, posted online, and are part of the record for those items.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Any objections to the motion? Seeing none, the motion's approved unanimously of those members present.
Mr. Mayor, I want to thank the staff for honoring the request to hold item 10, and I understand it will go to the Municipal Services Committee for additional discussion.
That's correct. Item 10 involves hydrogen, and it will be, given what we've seen in DC and the funding of hydrogen projects and other projects, we thought it important at your request, Mr. Cole, to send the matter back to Municipal Services for further discussion, keeping in mind that we have an outstanding order supported by grant dollars for hydrogen buses. Okay, with that, we will move on to,
Well, we have item 3 and then
Public comment.
with public comment. So I'll call them right now. Martha Ruffman, Randall Hine Lamb, Terry Stein, Humaira Afzal.
if you've heard your name, please step forward. This is on item 3,
Martha,
Item 3, yeah.
ma'am.
go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
go ahead.
This is regarding the Motorola Solutions contract. According to Pasadena City Council Resolution 9716, quote, "The consent calendar consists of routine items which will be approved by one motion and one vote unless removed for separate discussion. The $3.5 million contract with Motorola Solutions is not routine. There was substantial public comment opposing Pasadena's doing business with Motorola last fall. I would like to see a full and separate discussion of this contract as provided in the resolution. I don't want my money going to Motorola, which does close to $16 million of business with the Department of Homeland Security. That's where the big rub is. Please remove the Motorola contract item from the consent calendar this evening and hold a separate discussion so that we Pasadena voters and taxpayers can hear your thinking on the subject. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Randall Heinlam, then Terry Stein, then Humira Afzal.
Randall Heinlam from District 5. I would agree with the comments that my sister just made here about doing business with Motorola and the fact that this should be a separate item with a fuller discussion than just to the consent agenda. Motorola Systems is very much involved not only with ICE and the Homeland Security, but also in its involvement for years providing electronic solutions. Final Solutions comes to mind, with the Israeli government. And so they are complicit in actions in Gaza, in the West Bank, and now in Lebanon and in Iran. You know, we are going to be on May 11th considering focusing our language on what we say about not investing or divesting, but that also includes contracts that we have with companies. And we need to be looking at those contracts and saying what company are we doing business with as part of that whole divestment question. Thank you.
Terry Stein, then Humira Afzal.
Ms. Stein, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I was traveling last week and unable to be with you, but I did watch the video of last week's council hearing because I was really interested to know what was going on with the proposed immigration resolutions. And as part of the city's proposed approach to strengthening protections, the council is considering that all contractors with relationships with ICE must disclose them for the next year. Motorola has multi-million-dollar contracts with ICE. They feed their data to ICE's mobile companion app, which allows ICE to target individuals based on profiling information that Motorola supplies. It is not in dispute that Motorola provides fuel for the deportation machinery and that ICE's terrorizing of our communities is reliant upon data generated by Motorola. Watching last week's meeting, I was struck by a number of things, by the deep empathy that many of members of this council clearly feel for terrorized immigrants, our neighbors, our community, and also by the clarity that Councilmember Lyon exhibited when calling much of the proposed plan performative. And he's right. When Vice Mayor Rivas said that the council's authority to increase immigration protections was narrow, she also called for the council to take up all the space in the narrow lane. Empathy is not enough. Are we going to take real, tangible action to stop bankrolling ICE, or are we, to use the council members' words, just going to take performative action? Are we going to kick the can down the road? This item should not be a consent calendar item. It requires a full, robust, and careful discussion, not just about the contract, but about the values that we seek to uphold. I urge you to take it off the calendar. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Humira.
Ma'am, welcome.
Hi. Yeah, it really hasn't been that long since we had that discussion and we had all of that talk about protecting immigrants here in Pasadena. And then on Thursday night, I looked at the consent agenda, and there it is, yet another contract with Motorola Solutions. We were here in December when you signed a previous contract with Motorola Solutions, and we told you what kind of a company they are. They're complicit, their business model essentially profits from systemic violence, whether in American cities or in illegally occupied Palestine. But here we are with $3.5 million on the consent agenda. No one said a thing. You received well over at least 30 emails, I think, and yet nobody said a thing about maybe we should discuss this. Maybe we should discuss it separately. Have you looked for another vendor? If you sign this, it is going to lock the city in to probably another 10 years of using the Motorola platform. Motorola is a major player in the mass surveillance industry, and their surveillance technology is used by ICE to track and hunt down people, including US citizens. So please, in case you didn't see it, here's the receipts. $15.6 million, one current contract, another current contract, $267,000. They've had nearly $400 million in contracts with DHS in the last 15 years or so. So please, show us that your words are backed by action and not merely performative and meaningless. Otherwise, we have yet another very, very serious credibility issue.
That completes public comment on this item.
Thank you.
This is item 3.
Next, so is there a motion on item 3?
I'd like to address it, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
In my 4 decades of public service, it's always disturbed me that Motorola occupies a monopoly on law enforcement radio technology and dispatch technology. Arguably, they are the best vendor, but they are the best vendor because they have blocked competition, both based upon the quality of their products, mostly on the basis of nobody ever got fired for going with the vendor that dominates the field, and in part, sometimes by unethical processes that have influenced purchasing agreements. And we are, federal government has 5.9, including subcontractors, $5.9 billion worth of contracts with Motorola. I would guess that's probably dwarfed. I would guess that's probably dwarfed by the amount of contracts that they have with local law enforcement across the country. Virtually everyone uses them, and that stranglehold is makes it very difficult for our police department to disentangle themselves from this corporate behemoth. Should we take a look at this again? I'm not sure, because again, we have, our system is really integrally tied to previous purchases going back decades. We'd have to start over again. That would be a significant challenge. This raises the question we're going to take up next month. To what extent does Pasadena's relatively minor minor stake in the scheme of these giant corporations matter? Is it a matter of doing the right thing because we think it's the right thing? Do we do it because we think it will actually have an impact? And these are moral questions, hard questions, and important and urgent questions. I'm not prepared to support this, but I understand why the police department is making this request. Their radios are Motorola, their dispatch system is Motorola, and for them to start over again from scratch would be a huge undertaking.
Thank you. Mr. Hampton?
I think this is a matter that should be brought up at public safety for a full discussion on what it would entail to, or what it would take to relieve ourselves of Motorola, if even possible. I know that our neighboring cities also use Motorola equipment, so I don't know if other equipment is compatible. Isn't the police, somebody from the police department here?
Yes.
Maybe they could just answer this question.
Yeah.
Do we have a contractual agreement with neighboring cities that we all have to use the same sort of devices?
I'll bring in Philip Leclerc because his department is actually putting forward the contract.
Okay.
Mr. Leclerc, welcome.
So do we have a contractual agreement that says that we all have to use the same sort of device?
Motorola products have a lot of different types of things that are going on with Motorola. The basis of the radio system for the city of Pasadena is a Motorola system, which is maintained and operated by Motorola on the city's behalf. And so while there are choices in terms of some pieces of equipment we can use that are not Motorola based, it is in the best interest that we keep standardized equipment that is the same across all of our different department users, particularly in public safety, as they rely on the handheld devices in an emergency situation and need to know how it works whether or not they can see the device itself. And so to try to start changing product lines away from what they're typically used for is a major undertaking and would have to go through a numerous process to get a lot of people on board with trying to change products. But in general, all the products are manufactured by Motorola, like parts and pieces, and anything that goes wrong with the system requires Motorola pieces and parts in order to make it work. So we really are, as Councilmember Cole mentioned, locked into a Motorola system by and large, and even if we pulled off certain pieces for not using Motorola, overall, we would still have to maintain a Motorola-based system until we replace the entire infrastructure.
My question is, could we replace the entire infrastructure, or the implications to replacing that whole entire, there's gonna be a cost implication, but to replacing that with neighboring cities?
Correct. We are dependent with our other cities on this Motorola infrastructure, particularly with Glendale, the ICI system that we are a part of. Burbank, Glendale, and Pasadena are the major subscribers, owners of that system, and we all have to use the same equipment, which is Motorola.
And our fire department, is this including our fire department as well?
Yes, this includes fire department, police department, and a lot of our other municipal service departments like water and power, health department, transportation, and others all utilize the same system, the same Motorola-based system.
So there's no bid, we just get a price from Motorola, is it?
That is true. Motorola does have a lock in terms of like what products are available. There are resellers, there are competitors, and the prices related to the contract that we're talking about has been determined, and we're leveraging a purchase agreement that is available from the county and from the city of Glendale, which has pooled large amounts of equipment purchases that allow for steeper discounts.
I appreciate your responses today, and I think there have been other comments and questions about this. Is this time sensitive?
It is time sensitive in relation to two pieces. One is that we continue to have to operate the system, and there are repairs and things that have to take place where we have to make purchases. And then also we are trying to replace a very large group of radios for our water and power department. That's a part of their budget cycle for this year.
This is part of this? I thought this was all for PD.
This is not all for PD. A portion of this is for police department radios, but we also have in line in our capital projects with water and power to replace outdated radios that are getting close to 15 years old.
So if we waited 2 weeks to get a more comprehensive report, would we be out of compliance with our timeframe, or would you
We would
not be
not
able to
be
get?
out of compliance, no.
So I'd like to make a motion to table this so that we could get a more in-depth report from our, I guess, our departments, but also our head of IT.
Just point of clarification, is the request to come back with that full report to the council or to a council committee?
To the council,
Okay.
I don't think it has to go to public.
It would have to,
The chair of public safety would like to take this up.
I'm fine with it coming back to the council.
okay, because it would have to be then at least 3 weeks, because the council won't have another regular meeting for 3 weeks.
I don't think we even have another committee for another 3 weeks either. Well, public safety is this week, so that's not gonna be a while. It's gonna be a
Okay.
while.
Yeah, I
If
just
that's-
wanted to.
If that's amenable, I just made a motion, so I don't
You
even
can
know if I have a
make
second.
So there could also be a special meeting of the Public Safety Committee, given the timing.
I seconded your motion.
Mr. Lyon?
Thank you. I'm supportive of the motion. As part of the report back, one of the things we need to know is if there is a suitable alternative provider. I spent some time this weekend looking at the other Motorola is shadows all of them, but the other major providers of public safety communication systems. And every one of the 5 I researched has contracts both with the Department of Defense and Homeland Security. So I don't know that there is another qualified provider who doesn't have contracts, but that's part of what it would be good to know when we hear back.
I did the same search, and the other providers were children's toys.
Yeah.
No, seriously.
Yeah, Fisher Price.
Well,
does not have a big contract.
so, yeah, we were sort of you know, and I think anticipating maybe that there will be a provider who doesn't have the same type of entanglements and at the level of the contracts that Motorola and others engage in, I doubt it. And I'd also like to understand what the cost would be to the city if it were even feasible, and I question whether it's feasible. The cost of the city to change its entire system away from Motorola if we were to find a suitable company, and what that would do to our mutual aid, communications when we need it, and other regional communications when we need to be in contact with other departments, such as, you know, the recent heat fires. Our ability to communicate regionally might be implicated. Certainly in the Tri-Cities, it would be. Mr. Madison, well, and one other point, my recollection is that that it goes beyond the regional cities, that there's an agreement to all have the same capacity to communicate countywide. So it would go beyond just the region. It really is a countywide effort, particularly if we need assistance or we need to assist another community. Mr. Madison?
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I tend to agree with you on the point about providers, you know, at this scale and this proficiency. And to me, it does seem like a bit of a slippery slope. If Homeland Security buys groceries at grocery chains, are we to not do business with them? Or, I mean, where does it end? But I wanted to ask staff, did you receive questions about this agenda item? It's on the consent calendar prior to the meeting.
We did not.
And we do have a practice, Mayor, as you know, I think you implemented it, of asking basic questions about things like whether there were bids or what the competitive process was, what the other contracts require prior to the meeting, especially for consent items. And did I hear correctly, there will not be a diminution in our service and our ability to respond to the public's calls for service and officer safety by a 3-week table of this?
That's correct. We can answer the questions and have some more robust information in another agenda report, which provides answers to the questions that were talked about without diminishing any public safety functions.
I'll support the motion, Mayor, but I hope this doesn't start a trend of, you know, involving the council in every decision, especially whereas here we entered into long-term contracts with Motorola some time ago, and these are to some extent add-ons to that existing relationship. Thank you.
Yeah, you know, I agree with you that you know, if we were to cast the net to every contract that we approve, it's going to be, consent discussions will be long lasting and overwhelm our agendas. Okay, Mr. Cole?
I'll be brief. I don't at all disagree with the comments that have been made about the tremendous challenges of practicality of moving away from Motorola. One, because, as Mr. Madison said, we have long-term contracts for other pieces of this. And two, that our neighboring jurisdictions, there's certainly value in having standardized equipment. That said, it's outrageous that this company has a monopoly stranglehold on law enforcement across the country. It's a $60 billion license to print money. And we're at the mercy of a corporate monopoly, regardless of what their practices are and what they're implicated in here and across the nation, or across the world. It's just bad business to be at the mercy of a monopoly that can not only charge whatever it wants for new equipment, but then can charge whatever it wants to maintain that equipment. And if it were possible to break free of this monopoly, I think other cities would have done it, but they have really used every single trick in the book to maintain their monopoly on this kind of equipment across the country.
Yeah, no question. There's been a concerted effort on the part of Motorola and other companies to maintain municipal, county, state, and federal business. And maybe that's a conversation to be had at the regional level, because monopoly in any industry, particularly involving public infrastructure, and I do consider this to be public infrastructure. I'm always against selling infrastructure or outsourcing it if we can avoid it. In this case, we don't manufacture radios, so this part of our infrastructure is privatized and very complex because it involves the regional communication systems. But we should have that conversation as a region, and not and be careful about harming Pasadena's fire department and police department and other departments from being able to communicate when Pasadenans need them to communicate with regional partners. So that's the balance that we'll seek to strike. And I would encourage both of our chiefs and other department heads to begin that discussion with regional partners. If at all possible, maybe as a region we can move away and create some competition in the future. Okay, with that, are there any objections to the motion? No, okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Leclerc. So that brings us to our
Item 16.
Item 16, old business. And this has been a long time in the making. We heard a presentation from the committee that we entrusted with the 710 committee a few weeks ago, and now we're back for consideration of reconnecting Pasadena 710 vision plan for the relinquished 710 stub property. And we will turn to Ms. Brenda Harvey-Williams, who has very ably led this process on behalf of the city.
Thank you, Mayor. Apologize.
Mr. Mayor, I'm so sorry. I think, yeah, I don't mean to cut you off, but I think the restorative justice piece, I've got a lot of correspondence on that, and I would like to see if our city council will take that separately on another date.
That's a motion. I would second that.
It's a pretty deep
Yeah.
discussion. I think we need more time for that.
If that's a motion, I would certainly second it.
I motion that.
Let's start the.
We got a
let's
motion.
start-
I just think the restorative justice piece is going to take a really.
Let me say this, we do need to take some action in order to get the planning process moving, to get the land use moving. But I want to be careful not to prematurely bifurcate things. I think things need to move in parallel. And so let's, Ms. Harvey-Williams, what do you suggest?
We can very easily present all of the recommendations this evening, and then if you wish, you can also make an additional motion to return with the restorative justice for a separate conversation.
Yeah. Okay. I think having.
Well, we have a motion and a second, Mayor, and if I could, as the seconder, I think the wisdom of that motion is that as you started the presentation tonight, Mayor, this has been a long time coming. And I, for one, am concerned that we have a valuable resource here that we need to move forward to realize the value for our community. And I think that will help us then turn to restorative justice. And I'm deeply grateful to the committee and all the people that worked on that. There's serious discussions we have to have about it. But I think the wisdom of it is we can move forward and then turn our full attention to the restorative justice piece.
I'm not
and I'm afraid if you don't decouple them in the way that the maker moved, that prevents us from moving forward on either tonight, so.
Yeah. No, I'm not suggesting that we not do it. I just think it's important to hear the presentation in its fullness and then make a determination while having heard the presentation.
And I only
Mr.
make
Cole?
the motion because I had heard from a lot of prominent community members that would like to be here tonight. And they were not able to be here tonight to make their voices heard. So I wanted to make sure that they had the ample amount of time. And I think that they didn't think, well, actually, most people did not think that we were going to actually make a decision tonight. And so they thought there was going to be a part 3 of this or part 4 of this discussion.
Well, there are going to be many parts.
Yes, that is true.
Mr. Cole?
I support the motion. I don't think and I know that you didn't mean this intentionally, Mr. Madison, but I don't think we're decoupling the concepts. We're decoupling the discussion. These do, as you said, Mayor, need to move forward together. There is not a way to develop this site without incorporating restorative justice. But for matters of, for clarity and simplicity and full participation, I think that this is the best way to bifurcate, not decouple. We're going to take them both together, but not at the same time.
Right, right, and have the, so let's move forward with the presentation, and then we can take up the motion to bifurcate the discussion, as Mr. Cole has highlighted.
Well, we do have a motion on the table that's ready for decision, and I think it would help everyone's expectations to know if that motion will be adopted or not.
Unless we have to take, do we have to take public comment on?
Madam City Attorney?
Yes, I mean, you can segregate and have a public comment just on what the motion is
I don't think
about.
we want to segregate.
Okay.
No, I'm just
Bifurcate, I'm sorry. I'm the last one that will want to do that, okay? Wrong choice of words, but bifurcate whatever the discussion about the motion and limit it to that,
Well, then we go through 2 rounds of public comment.
potentially.
Yeah.
But the second round would be different.
Look, I think it's a good idea to bifurcate the discussion. I'm just wanting us to get moving with the presentation and then take it up. And, I think having public comment, 2 rounds of public comment might be more delay than.
So let me just clarify, if I might. We don't have to take public comment if we postpone a part of the discussion. We can do that in advance and give people an opportunity to speak to that item when it comes before us.
So not having it at
Well,
all.
technically, you should, before you vote on an item, you should offer to receive public comment. Now, people, and what has often happened, we've told people, rather than speak now where we're not considering those other things, you can refrain and talk about whatever that is when we come back.
That's what I was trying to clarify. We took item 10 off the agenda.
And people had a right to speak.
I see.
Yeah.
On item 10?
On item 10, but we had removed it from the agenda.
So then it becomes.
So when are they going to talk about it?
Items not on the agenda. So that could be the continued, we have a second part.
All right, I won't belabor this. I think that Mr. Madison is correct that that we can postpone something, but I defer to the mayor and the city attorney on this.
You can certainly postpone something. I'm not
So
trying to suggest.
I guess the point is people can still address it whether or not we carve it out and postpone it.
But wouldn't that say that we should postpone it now so that people know that we're not taking it
You're
up
not
tonight?
considering that tonight.
So let me
Right, that's the reason why I brought it up in the
Right,
beginning.
let me call the question, and I don't.
Yeah, no, I'm fine.
I don't
I'm fine with
object to us hearing the full report, but that we will not discuss that element of it until a later date to be scheduled with full public announcement.
Mr.
So that's-
Lyons?
I'll call the question on that.
Oh, hold on a second, Mr. Lyons.
My comments are on the motion. I don't support the motion as stated, only because just to expectation set for tonight, I don't think we're making any decisions tonight. Tonight is all about figuring out where our next steps are and where to deal this out to.
Right.
The different pieces have to get broken down and sent to committees, commissions to further the conversation, to get to making decisions. I know enough about the restorative justice recommendations to know that I think they have merit, and there's stuff to be figured out about how they would work. So I'm ready tonight to direct it to a committee, and I'm not in support of putting it off to come back here only to go somewhere else for further discussion. I think we're prepared tonight to send it. The hard question is where we're going to send it, but to do that so that work can be happening.
Okay. Okay.
To bifurcate the restorative justice part of this discussion for a fuller discussion at a later date.
Yeah, that's the
It was
motion.
made by Councilmember Hampton, seconded by Councilmember Madison.
Okay.
Councilmember Cole? Yes. Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
No.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Motion passes 7 in favor, 1 against.
Okay, so we'll proceed, just so the public is clear, we're proceeding with the presentation, but the discussion on the restorative justice piece, and on the agenda, it's listed as 2E and F. The discussion by the council on those 2 points will be deferred to another meeting.
Mayor, would it be helpful to set a date now if we can so that the community doesn't feel like we're kicking this can down an unknown road?
I agree.
Set aside
I
the
would
time.
second that.
Let's, so I think within, how many days? I mean, we've got some pretty full agendas. But we had to add a meeting last week because of that, but let's see.
I'm trying to pull up the upcoming calendar, but it's fairly safe to say that between now and the end of the fiscal year, we have meaty, non-consent items on every agenda between now and the end of June,
And we've struggled.
including the budget. So we can find a night to do it, but it will be with other nights, or other items that we have.
Let's proceed with the presentation, allow the staff to look at the agenda and see what's possible, and we can announce that at either the end of the presentation or before the end of the meeting as a goal. Okay. So let's reset. Ms. Brenda Harvey-Williams, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We return tonight with Part 2, and I've just learned there will be a Part 3 of the 710 Vision Plan presentation. This time we seek council direction through the approval of a set of recommendations laid out in the agenda report, which we will review this evening. We also have a set of questions that we'd like to present and respond to, and I'd like to thank the council members for submitting those questions to us ahead of time. And we've added a few questions that we've heard from the community. After that, we will be open to further questions, and we'll seek the council's approval of a set of recommendations. I will begin by going through the abbreviated version of the recommendations, and will be followed by 710 Project Manager Wendy Macias, who will walk us through the questions. I'd also like to point out that we do have our vision plan consultants here this evening, Perkins Eastman and Point C, and we also have several, I think I see at least 4 members of the 710 advisory group in attendance.
Okay.
And as soon as I can get this to advance, we can. Thank you. So as I've mentioned, this is the outline for the evening of what we'll do. So just to move into the recommendations, and you'll note that there are recommendations related to restorative justice here, but I will be passing on those. So to begin with, we'd like, our first recommendation is asking the council to transition the vision plan that has been developed, the vision plan's land use concepts, to the planning and other relevant departments to begin the entitlement process, environmental review process, and regulatory requirements. We'd also like the council to direct staff to continue to develop financing strategies for the 710 stub area. As we mentioned 2 weeks ago, and Wendy will review, staff has engaged Cosmon and Associates, who began working to identify financing mechanisms, some of which are listed here in this diagram. We feel that the most viable is tax increment financing, particularly in EIFD or Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District. This long-term redevelopment project will require multiple funding tools, and early work will help position the city for opportunities as they do arise. This next recommendation is we'd like council to designate the 710 stub area as the city's first sustainable, resilient, and carbon neutral district. This direction helps ensure that environmental performance and climate resilience are central to the planning process moving forward. Since we're starting from scratch, we have the rare opportunity to ensure that sustainability is built into the DNA of this area. A large-scale development such as this requires an entity or framework that provides certainty for long-term development, as well as the ability to make focused business decisions. Similar to the RBOC and PCOC, a council-appointed governance structure is best suited to oversee this project. We had the pleasure of participating in a Urban Land Institute technical advisory panel, and this was the topic they covered for us: implementation or governance. We will receive their final report on April 20th and will return to council for a presentation and recommendations. The technical advisory panel was headed, just for information, by former Pasadena and LA County Planning Director Richard Bruckner. Our next recommendation is related to restorative justice. So I will skip over this one, letter E and letter F, which are both restorative justice related, and then go to this recommendation. We also plan and want council to direct staff to regularly provide council with progress updates and seek direction regarding all aspects of the overall Reconnecting Pasadena program. Other more specific recommendations include this one. We recommend setting a goal of a minimum of 1,800 residential units be developed within the relinquishment area with a mix of ownership and rental opportunities, and different various sizes and affordability levels. This next recommendation is also rather specific, and that's to advance reconnection, accessibility, safety, and multimodal mobility. We recommend using what's presented in the vision plan as the boulevards and paseos concept as the working option for entitlement and environmental review. This provides a balanced and flexible roadway and access framework. And as you can tell from this picture, which shows roughly the relinquishment area, this concept adds a new boulevard through the area. It also adds a linear park on the west side, but it really helps with traffic mobility by increasing capacity due to the new boulevard. It also adds a number of east-west connections. Other recommendations: continue to work with Caltrans regarding the transition of the existing freeway-to-freeway, local-to-local freeway access system. Continue to work with Caltrans to identify a new location for the stormwater facility located in the southern portion of the relinquishment area. Continue to grow existing partnerships and seek partnerships with public, private, and nonprofit agencies and entities that enhance the delivery of positive outcomes from the relinquishment area for the city of Pasadena, its residents and businesses. And just to summarize, what we are seeking is approval of staff recommendations presented here and other staff recommendations noted in the agenda report, minus those related to restorative justice. Direct staff to use the Reconnecting Pasadena Vision Plan and associate technical studies to support its ongoing work moving forward. And also direct staff to utilize the Reconnecting Community 710 Advisory Group recommendations as guidelines for developing entitlements and requirements for development of the 710 stub area. I now will turn to Wendy to address the questions raised.
Thank you, Brenda. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Let's see here. Okay, there you go. Okay. Looks like it's working. And so thanks again for submitting questions ahead of time. The questions and the responses to the questions were also included in your agenda packet. So if we could just keep moving forward. Question.
Do you need to go through all of these orally? There's 4 pages of questions that we've already been given in advance.
We were hoping to just highlight them, council member, for the public because they didn't all have the.
All 4 pages?
Yeah, and it's only another 67 slides. Which I said so that you'd be relieved that there aren't that many. So yeah, Wendy can run through them very quickly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Question number 1. Part of the agreement for relinquishment was that the property retain and promote a transportation purpose. Does that mean that it takes on regional traffic? And so briefly, just to address the question, while it has to maintain a transportation purpose, the transportation purpose is focused on a new approach. And this is going to be really about moving people and not maximizing vehicle throughput versus what it was previously intended for. This will also allow the city to regulate access, speeds, and to some degree the mode of choice of the overall mobility system. And so while it doesn't have to cater to the regional traffic, some of the regional trips will continue to be appropriate, like trips to the Huntington Hospital. A second part of the relinquishment question includes what criteria will Caltrans apply in determining whether to sign off on the Pasadena plan, and how will that be measured? And so quickly to remind everyone, Caltrans and the Federal Highway Administration has already signed off on the relinquishment. As far as the transportation purpose, similar to the previous question, again, that transportation focus has shifted to today's context, which is more about moving people and not vehicles, and really centered around a variety of modes like walking, biking, transit, and also the inclusion of automobiles. Question 2, this relates to the vision plan. Is the vision plan the overall entitlement framework for the 710 stub? And so the vision plan really is a collection of details and elements that were put together so that we better understand the stub, but it is not considered the entitlement framework for the area. It will provide a clear understanding of how to manage the 50-acre former freeway property. It will identify opportunities to reconnect neighborhoods and advance equity. It highlights the potential for new housing and employment and supports goals for sustainability, resilience, and long-term economic benefit. Question 3, this relates to parking. The vision plan states it is assumed that up to 1 million square feet of underground parking garages will be available. How many spaces do 1 million square feet equal? That is approximately 2,800 spaces. And so that equals up to 2,800 spaces. The second part to that question is, what are the expectations of parking needs? And so the total amount of parking will likely adjust downward as additional mobility options are realized and as each phase of future development is brought forward. Specific needs and amounts per phase will be developed as part of the city process. Can I get some help? Oh. Looks like there's a bit of a delay. Sorry about that. Question 4, how important is it to add new east-west streets? And so this is really a key aspect of reconnecting Pasadena and adding back east-west access, perhaps as streets, but potentially non-auto access and connections, and modifying remaining wide bridges will help maximize connectivity of people to key destinations and activities. Question 5, what do you think will happen to current through traffic? By designing complete streets with focus on both multimodal access and safety, overall speeds and perceived efficiency of this route as an effective through route will be diminished and will encourage through traffic to seek alternative routes in higher capacity or speed corridors. For example, the 2, the 5, or the 605 freeways. Question 6, the vision plan relies on a 30 to 35% trip reduction. What is a contingency if reductions are not true? And so the vision plan assigned this goal of trip reduction due to factors of co-location of housing and employment and complete street designs. And so as the city engages in more detailed analysis during the entitlement effort, total trips, meaning project and background trips, will be evaluated and trip reduction goals can be linked to future phases of development to enhance ability to achieve reduction goals. Question 7, what are the benefits of boulevards and paseos options? The benefits to this option specifically maximizes connectivity north and south, east and west, specifically for pedestrians and vehicles. It allows traffic to be diffused and reduced, and it creates more walkable environments, narrower streets, enhancing safety and vehicle trip reduction. Question 8. Given that engineering studies were not deemed appropriate at the vision plan level, what is the plan, timeline, and cost of conducting them going forward? And so more detailed engineering work will be performed in alignment with the entitlement process as we receive more information from the specific plan. Question 9, thoughts on phasing. Any thought that we could potentially have acres of dirt sitting for years while working on phase 1? And so it's important to identify early phases that are least impactful, that can be supported by current infrastructure and complement existing neighborhoods like the west side of Pasadena Avenue and creating a linear park buffer along St. John. Question 10, what is a timeline and game plan for modifying existing freeway-to-freeway interchange to begin to modify regional through trips and determine their future path with a modified connection to the freeways from the 710 stub? Due to our strong partnership with Caltrans, the California Transportation Agency District 7 partner submitted budget requests for funding to begin work in FY27. This is critical for the transition of the freeway to local to freeway access, with likely outcome of modifications and eliminations of certain interchanges. Number 11, has staff studied wide range of models for governance, including structures from base closure authorities and other similar major land use conversions and developments? Yes, staff is compiling relevant governance models, including the Presidio in San Francisco, the Denver Union Station, Battery Park City, and the Seattle waterfront. The city also participated in the ULI Technical Advisory Panel, and they will issue their report, which will further address this topic. 12, when will we see total infrastructure costs, including water, sewer, and power? Similarly, as a specific plan is developed and detailed, overall cost analysis can begin in parallel and track the various phases of development. 13, have we looked at and confirmed off-site upgrade needs? Once a specific plan is selected and detailed, overall cost analysis can begin in parallel for any off-site upgrades and track with each phase of development. 14, what funding sources are available to pay for infrastructure? A multiplicity of public and private funding sources will be evaluated and needed to fund basic horizontal development of the site, which includes infrastructure and public facilities. The city has contracted with Cosmont Associates, who are working on finance mechanisms and have presented their initial work to the council's EdTech committee. Number 15, when will we see the recommendations and ideas generated from the ULI TAP that took place several weeks ago? We expect their final report out to the city on April 20th. And once we receive that, we will report out to City Council. Other questions are centered around some of the historical data. Number 16, how many housing units were within the relinquishment area? Based off of the work of our historic project and consulting firm Architectural Resources Group, their work yielded a total of 107 buildings within the 710 relinquishment area. Number 17, have we identified families who were directly impacted by acquisition of the relinquishment area? And are there school records from neighborhood schools to determine how many schools resided in the relinquishment area? And so similarly, Allegra Consulting, part of the Historic Project Group, located families directly impacted by the acquisition of the relinquishment area, and several were actually included in their amplified documentary and their written report. As far as information from the Pasadena School District, Architectural Resources Group submitted a request for public records, and we're informed that that information is no longer available. One of the clarifying questions that was inadvertently left off of the worksheet that was included in your packet was a question related to the project revenue. In terms of project revenue, we started with a total of $7 million. $5 million of those funds were from Caltrans when we received the relinquishment area. The other $2 million come from the Reconnecting Communities Planning Grant. To date, our expenses are at $4.7 million. A portion of that is used towards maintenance in the 710 stub, and the remaining portion of that expense is for the vision plan consultants, historical consultants, and staff time. And so quickly, in summary, in regards to transportation and traffic, it will be a phased development. CEQA transportation analysis will provide information necessary for linking phases to transportation performance, prioritizing traffic impact reduction in existing city corridors. As far as regional partnerships, the city will continue to collaborate with Caltrans, LA Metro, and SCAG, who will assist in the development of the mobility hub to provide multimodal choices, the reduction of regional cut-through traffic, and meeting the transportation purpose for the corridor. For land use development, the specific plan process for land use and designation and entitlement will commence, but it will also include a master plan process which will make the process flexible in phasing and land use development and responsive to market and developers. Land use balance will be and is a priority. It will align with the economic development strategic plan and the city's housing needs. It will include sufficient parking to complement the development, but not enable vehicle-focused mobility. As for implementation, the priority will be that entitlement continues forward to be flexible, market and development, Implementation will prioritize entitlement flexibility, market and development demand over time, and implement development incrementally through realistic phases aligned with infrastructure investments and market conditions. And with that, staff recommends adopting the proposed recommendations, except those that were pulled, to initiate planning, environmental review, financial strategy, implementation, governance planning for the work in the 710 stub redevelopment. Staff will return to council regularly with updates and to seek input and direction from council.
Thank
And
you.
that concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Macias. Good work. Questions, comments, or should we hear from the public? Or actually, Brenda, does that complete the presentation in its totality?
It does complete the presentation. We do have a couple of members who are here for public comment who've been involved in this project really from the beginning and helped the project come about. We do have Hillary Norton here, who sat on the CTC at the time and was instrumental in getting the land relinquished to Pasadena. And we also have one of our partners here from SCAG, one of our major partners in this process. We have Sarah Jepson here, who also would like to speak. So we just would ask if they would be allowed to be the first public speakers, if you will.
Absolutely. Hillary, you want to step forward?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, Mayor Gordo and City Council and Ms. Williams. Lovely to see you. I'm here as the former chair of the California Transportation Commission and was part of the relinquishment process on June 29th, 2022. And I want to compliment you all because this is a precedent-setting process. And we did a lot of deliberation at the state to talk about whether or not this should happen. And I want to thank Point C and its membership because there was a lot of conversation about what kind of precedent we're setting and what the responsibilities are for cities to come back to the state and talk about the responsible use of property and what can happen when relinquishments like this happen. What I'm thrilled to say today, especially as your neighbor in Eagle Rock who had 2 children at Huntington Hospital, I am looking at this project all the time on a personal level and a professional level, is that I was so proud to attend many of the meetings about this project because I've never seen a city go through such a bold process of radical accountability and true reconnection. You strove for sustainability and resilience, for restorative justice, for state-of-the-art mobility, and hope for housing at all incomes and life sciences expansion. But also the focus on being able to reconnect numerous communities, to look at what we're doing with our mobility, to create a true mobility hub, to look at the bus rapid transit that started work today in the city of Pasadena and what it means to connect communities like Pasadena, Los Angeles, North Hollywood, Glendale, Burbank that don't have transportation, are considered suburbs that never, quote, wanted transit, and yet are being connected because our kids, like mine in their 20s, don't have their driver's licenses, nor do they want them. We don't have to tell them to try to find transportation that doesn't involve cars. They don't care. What they want is experience. They want to be with people. They want to learn about what the new kinds of communities can look like, and holistic communities, integrated communities, and inspired communities. I am so pleased to have heard from so many of you about your own personal experiences within your community, the experiences of Danny and others who are talking about his own family and how it expressed in the lives and the testimony of everyone about what the future could be in Pasadena based on a true reconciliation with an ugly past. And I want to compliment you on behalf of the CTC because you committed to doing the work, and you have. And I want to thank Mayor Gordo, who came out to Malibu and talked to the new CTC. We had our very first chair, Asian woman chair of the CTC, Clarissa Falcone, who is so excited to have this be presented at the next meeting in June. It is a remarkable opportunity, and I look forward, as we are about to hit the 5-year mark next year, to have this move forward with real sense of purpose and to show what it's like when you decide that asphalt is not going to be the legacy, but it's going to be something else. And so it's just a pleasure to be here, as we were 4 years ago, to talk about what this could be. And it's just a pleasure to be standing in front of you today, having worked with many of you as to what it will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary, and thank you for your able counsel and guidance as we went through the state process, including a couple of weeks ago at the CTC meeting in Malibu. Thank you. Ms. Jepson? Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council, for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Sarah Jepson, and I'm the Chief Planning Officer at the Southern California Association of Governments, or SCAG. SCAG is the region's planning agency working with local jurisdictions on transportation, land use, housing, climate, and quality of life across the Southern California region. A central part of our work is integrating land use and transportation planning through our sustainable communities strategy to support equitable, connected, and climate-smart communities. The Pasadena Reconnecting Communities vision strongly reflects these values. It recognizes the lasting harm caused by historic freeway development and puts forward a thoughtful framework for repairing divisions and restoring connectivity. SCAG has been proud to champion reconnecting communities policies at the federal and state level and to support local agencies to pursue these complex efforts. In 2024, we released a best practices and planning guide to help cities move from vision to implementation. A key finding of this work is that the community needs to be a key partner, which the city has clearly demonstrated in the process and the vision you are considering here today. We commend Pasadena for its leadership and bold vision. SCAG looks forward to continuing to support the city as you work with the state and federal partners and across the region to advance this important effort. So thank you so much for letting me speak this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Jepson. And please thank the leadership at SCAG for their partnership. It's an important component of ensuring that this project is a success. So thank you for the partnership.
You want to move on to the?
Yes.
Okay. Blair Miller, followed by Michael Warner, then Michael Warner II, then Marcus Renner, then RJ Sakai, Bruce Bailey, Wes Hampton, and this is for item 16.
If you've heard your name, please form a line in the middle
How
aisle.
many speakers do we have tonight?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 left.
Okay.
Blair, go ahead.
Oh. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you again for allowing me to be a part of this process. I got to be involved in a lot of the elements, including the development of the restorative justice elements. I understand that you want to ensure that the restorative justice elements are given a full public hearing. I am concerned that by pulling them out of this discussion, we treat them as separate from the redevelopment of the stub. The restorative justice elements should not be separate. They should be an integrated part of the process from the beginning. In my day job, I lead the real estate group for the Economic and Workforce Development Department of the City of Los Angeles. I have encountered more than once what I call the Christmas tree approach to redevelopment of city-owned land. A vacant site can be seen as providing something for everyone. Like ornaments on a tree, a project can get overburdened and can't support all of the wonderful socially beneficial goals. The 710 will be a complex, challenging transaction that we'll have to pencil financially. But I urge you not to treat the restorative justice elements as decorations on the trees, as extras. The restorative justice elements should be considered part of the trunk of the tree, so that the entire deal is structured around the acknowledgement of the harms and addressing those harms in a concrete way. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Warner, then Michael Warner II, then Marcus Renner, then RJ Sakai, then Bruce Bailey, then Wes Hampton.
Mr. Warner?
All of you should have a copy of this in your front of you. I would like to remind you that all of you did not walk here today. You didn't walk to where you work today. You work and you drive where you live. I live in Pasadena. I have lived in Pasadena for the last 55 years. I have worked all over LA County. If I moved every time I worked at a different location, I would have moved dozens of times. So you need to think about leaving the traffic alone, putting the developers on notice to build across this area and to have all of the houses, all of the people that were displaced can put back right where they belong in that area over the existing right-of-way that was underground, and leave it underground. You have a picture there showing bridged over that area. You need to let the developers build that bridge over that area. And they can put back the house, they can put back the retail, they can put back the right-of-way, they can put back the walkway, they can put back the open space that the city tells the developers, this is where we want it. This is what we want to do here. This is how we're going to do it. So this is something that you need to think about. Also, any of you, Mayor Gordo knows that I had a hydrogen car for 3 years. I'm very knowledgeable on hydrogen. I still keep up on hydrogen. So if any of you want to know about hydrogen, just ask me off the record from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Michael Warner II, then Marcus Renner, then RJ Sakai.
Mr. Warner, welcome.
Yeah. This should be at the ice house not here, because some parts of this are jokes. Even if you only have 65% traffic, that's still worse than it was before the freeway. And if you do manage to get some traffic to go all the way to Roseney Boulevard, they'll probably retaliate. They'll say, hey, we don't want this. We'll do the same thing you did, and we'll have an arms race on blocking traffic everywhere. And then if you have slow traffic in the San 10 zone, your mass transit is going to slow down, and then it's going to be less walkable, because when you walk, you usually take mass transit. If the traffic's slow, your bus will be slow. Another part is living near where you work. If you're a gig worker, you work everywhere. So you're not going to ever be working where you live most of the time. If you're a parent, you probably will resist moving because you don't want your kids to same schools. Oh yeah, and GPS. You're counting that GPS will update and reroute people away from here? You don't know that. You don't know how GPS works. It might just go through here anyway, especially as traffic clogs at any place else. Okay, that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike.
Marcus Renner, then RJ Sakai, Bruce Bailey, and Wes Hampton.
Mr. Renner, welcome.
Thank you. This is primarily a public space comment, but also touches on restorative justice. I'm Marcus Renner from the 710 Community Fellows Program, and the Community Fellows is one of a growing list of organizations and individuals. They're asking you to devote at least 1,500 of the more than 3 million square feet of programmable space to a 710 Reconnecting Communities Interpretive Center. Since we submitted the letter last Thursday for your consideration, the correspondence, we've gotten 2 more organizations to endorse the IDEA Active San Gabriel Valley and the 710 Restorative Justice Coalition. There have been a lot of ideas for social and educational activities to happen that have come out of this process. Those things won't happen on their own. They need a space, and they need organization, they need a home. So the key points are that the 710 Advisory Group recommended the development of a permeable programmable space to educate the public about the neighborhood that was there. This center would fulfill this recommendation and create a multi-use space for arts, culture, and community organizations to use for exhibits and programs. This would provide more space and greater visibility for existing groups. The center would support youth engagement. So what we're asking for is a partnership between the city and a collaborative of cultural heritage and restorative justice organizations to coordinate programming and management. The proposal we've assembled would elevate the work of the individuals and groups that have helped the city progress in overcoming the divisions and segregation that the freeway represents and become a more welcoming community. So you might say we have other spaces that could do this, but some spaces tell particular stories, and this space is particularly suited for talking about our past and our future. So at this point, we're simply asking you to include an interpretive center in the vision plan in your recommendations as staff. It doesn't have to be in its own building. It can be in its part of an existing building, and leave the specifics for a inclusive, community-driven, and collaborative process. Thank you.
Thank you. RJ Sakai, followed by Bruce Bailey, then Wes Hampton.
Mr. Sakai, welcome.
Good evening, council members. Thank you as always for your dedication to our city. I am RJ Sakai. I'm here on behalf of Sequoia School, where I serve as Director of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Community Engagement. Our kindergarten through 8th grade campus shares a property line with the southern end of the site. We've appreciated the opportunity to stay engaged with the 710 Advisory Group over the last few years. Congrats to them on their work. As you weigh big questions about land use and financial feasibility, we urge you to keep two critical things at the forefront. One is sustained youth engagement, and the other is activating community partnerships. First, we hope you seriously consider youth in the future execution of the vision plan. We encourage you to treat youth engagement not as a one-time milestone, but as an ongoing partnership to be nurtured. Naming youth as an important user will ensure that children and teenagers feel a sense of belonging in the site. In partnership with Muir High School, Sequoia will be co-hosting the second 710 Youth Summit this Saturday, April 18th. So keep an eye out for thoughts of young people coming your way next week. And second, we ask that you view Sequoia School and our neighbors not just as important stakeholders, but as potential partners. We hope you call on the creativity, knowledge, and even financial support of neighboring institutions such as ours to create new, vibrant, community-serving neighborhood with features such as athletic courts or fields, gyms, community cultural centers, or amphitheaters. Sequoia has a long history of engaging in justice-oriented work. We know how to create spaces where people learn, listen, and come together across differences. That experience could be useful as you shape educational or community programming connected to this project. We'd be honored to serve as a partner in helping create effective spaces, whether through restorative justice, arts, environmental education, history, that can root the redevelopment in care and connection. Thanks for the opportunity. We look forward to staying connected.
Thank you. Bruce Bailey, followed by Wes Hampton, if he's here.
Full disclosure, I own this fair and square from Mr. Madison.
Microphone.
I could approach the center and have a little exhibit. Would that be acceptable?
I'm sorry.
Do you want to look at are you looking at the model, or do you want to show
Yes.
something?
Yes, I would like to show you something at the model.
That thing doesn't work, right?
The camera?
The camera's not up there, it's not working, but I think he wants to show something on the model.
Okay, why don't you step forward, sir? We were a little hesitant given your disclosure that Steve Madison gave you something.
Sir?
He didn't bring a pickleball, right?
You're going to just go back there?
I'm not speaking against this. I'm fully favorable of getting this thing built, and I'm trying to see it as going as quickly as possible. I just now understood the references to justice. The people that lost their homes everywhere in the city, more on 210 than here, but just was terrible. And I fully support the museum and everything else, and actually have locations for it on the plan already. I understood the original premise of the 710 committee was to obtain comments and concerns from the public and have the consultant prepare plans that respond to and mitigate as many issues as possible. There were 3 public meetings to receive public comments. I attended all the meetings and never saw a presentation as to what the public's major concerns were or how the P&E plans resolved them. My concerns were minimizing the area and cost of the streets to free up more open space and housing. Also, to maximize the amount of area returned from Caltrans. The plans I have submitted use one-way streets and shows city land extending north to Walnut Street. One-way streets are more efficient because signals can be synchronized to maintain slower speeds and therefore are
fewer turn movements that stop traffic. Pasadena Avenue already aligns with the existing on-ramp at Walnut, and the new road, similar to the one on the Boulevard scheme, would have a new off-ramp up to Walnut and then continue down to California. In using one-way streets saves 8 acres of asphalt, which would allow us to have more park space, more residential space. The city changed Union and Green specifically to make traffic flow as a one-way streets. And that's really the only difference I'm looking for here, and making sure we get all the area that we can. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And you can have that if you want, Wendy.
How about the hat? Can we have the hat?
Wes Hampton?
Nice hat.
Thank you.
Mr. Hampton's come up. Is there a way to make this part of the record, Mr.
We'll put it in with the documents, absolutely.
Thank you.
Everything that's in there.
Thank you.
Is in your computer already.
Thank you.
got it last week.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, Councilman. Thank you to Perkins Eastman, to SCAG, to all the committees that served for the years of effort, enormous effort. Congratulations, we're at a beginning point. There is one factor which I'd like to amplify from the previous speaker, and that is there has been very little public debate on this issue. There may have been a lot of debate in committees, but there's been very little public debate. And as was just demonstrated, there are some elements in the project that could be better. And usually debate produces something better. And I'll give you an example. There's been a lot of congratulations on the reconnecting aspect of this project, when in fact, if this project goes through, it will do the opposite of reconnecting. What it will do, it will disconnect major parts of the city. And the classic example is that Pasadena has spent decades developing what? The medical research corridor. We're all aware of that, I'm sure. But if this project goes through, the traffic implications will make it very difficult for many groups, including Northwest, Northeast people, to get to the hospitals, to the medical offices, to the medical research and services corridor. That's just one example of what debate would produce a better project for the city. So I put that on your table. Let's have a debate on this issue.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That is the last speaker card on this item, and just want to announce that there was one letter expressing concerns relating the redistribution of traffic into adjacent neighborhoods and advocating for the city to include alternative solutions in the vision plan to accommodate traffic within the project area. One letter advocating for the city to create a reconnecting community center within the 710 project area as part of the redevelopment to create a hub for cultural reflection, education, and community connection. And then 6 letters expressing support for the proposed 710 project while providing several comments and suggestions for improvement of the vision plan. And this is in addition to the number of letters that we received on March 30th as part of the March 30th meeting. And those letters all are part of the record, posted online, and have been distributed to the council for this item.
Thank you. Okay, first, Ms. Brenda Harvey-Williams, Ms. Macias, or anything you want to add, or Mr. Hawksworth, before I turn to my colleagues? Okay. Okay. Mr. Jones, you're first up.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to Ms. Brenda Harvey-Williams and the project manager, and I know the chair of the steering committee, Danny Parker, is here, so thank you as well. I just had a few quick follow-up questions, and I appreciate the responses to our questions ahead of time. As I was reading through that, for question number 5, I don't think, at least in my opinion, it doesn't really address the core of the question. I understand that complete streets will be designed, but it's going to, obviously take a few years. So what does Perkins Eastman think will happen to the existing traffic right now? Like, will they take surface streets, Orange Grove, Fair Oaks, Pasadena Avenue, St. John? Will they take the A line? Are they going to take the 605? I mean, and have we modeled that data?
And I'm going to ask our Transportation Director, Joaquin Siques, to respond to that question, please.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones. The question is two parts. One, you're asking what's going to happen to the existing traffic in that area. And if we do nothing, that traffic is going to continue to increase. So when we look at the different alternatives, we look at ways to reduce the amount of vehicular traffic and see how much that can shift to other modes. So that's the first piece is, in the traffic analysis. It shows that depending on the different alternatives, there's different outputs to that traffic. I think the second part of your question related more to what happens to that traffic if people, where does that traffic go, I think is kind of the underlying. And that'll be determined as part of the next part of the analysis, because what we have done here is looked at really the traffic in the area as a whole and not determined street by street what those traffic patterns will look like, because that will change depending on how the land use assumptions change for the corridor area. So our intent is to reduce that regional cut-through traffic, but still allow access to the hospital, still allow access to that community, and reduce the amount of new traffic using TDM strategies or transportation demand management strategies for the new development.
Okay, I appreciate that response. And then the second question, have we given any thoughts on keeping the community informed about the 710 going forward? Obviously, I think we've established a core group of residents. I think it's 16 or 17 that's on the task force.
It was 16.
16, so 16 that's on the task force, and then a lot of residents who attended a lot of those meetings. So I wonder if we've given it any thought on continuing to keep an engaged community outside of, I guess, a city council meeting or a committee meeting.
Councilmember, the next steps that we're asking for are to send the vision plan, for example, to the planning department. And part of that process will be reviews by commissions in that department, primarily the planning commission. And all of these commission meetings are open to the public. They're posted, and we would continue to advertise and get the word out through those mechanisms.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, Mr. Madison, followed by Mr. Hampton, and then Mr. Masuda.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to all our staff and the others. I have a couple of questions, a couple of thoughts. Are we going to have presentations, Mayor, or staff from the consultants tonight, or only in response to questions, or?
Just in response to questions.
Okay. So I guess my overall reaction is we're not really adopting a vision tonight. Fair?
It's a vision. It's a vision that would then need to be developed into a specific plan or master plans or other land use entitlement documents. But the overall vision includes a strategy for increasing or for a mobility concept, for housing, for park space, and all of that intertwined with restorative justice, which of course we've bifurcated away from this evening.
Yeah, but I think just sticking with, and I think, my view has been that we have found it difficult as a city to embrace the perspective of owner, not merely regulator. And I think even in tonight's presentation, it is very focused on the sort of regulatory aspects. And this is not a value judgment. I mean, it's things that our staff does exceptionally well. And so it's natural that those are the tools they would bring to this task. But Have we asked, 3 prominent national real estate developers, what would you do with this 50 acres? Again, remembering that we're not merely the land use authority or the transportation agency or the environmental protector. We're the owner.
We have had the benefit, as we've mentioned, of the Urban Lands Institute TAP, and we are awaiting their final report on April 20th, which will be a written report. And I think I mentioned Richard Bruckner has agreed or is willing to come and present that to us. But the ULI did convene experts from across the nation who were developers, who are in this space and doing this. And what they made, we did get a report at the end of their 2 days of being with them. They did present to us a report on some implementation structures that we could use. We're also looking at what's being done in other areas. We actually had a trip planned for next week to visit the Presidio, for example. We're probably going to cancel that based on what just happened with them. Whole board being fired, but that's another story. But we had.
Let's not adopt that model.
Well, I mean, it was, well, Yeah. So, there are a number of models of things like this that have happened throughout the country, and we have been studying those models as well. And in most cases,
when are we gonna be able to answer the community's questions? What are we doing there? What are we doing with these 50 acres?
Well, I think that.
Because if I could, Brenda, I think this is chock-a-block full of consultant speak about we'll engage a committee to study a visioning process, and it's more than that. I don't mean to be unfair. We've got the different work streams that developers would have as well. But they would start with, here's how I'm going to realize value and community benefit from this tremendous asset. And I don't think we've done that yet. Or if we have, I missed that meeting, I guess.
And that would really be the next step, but that's what we need to get council to give us direction in doing.
So are we going to do that tonight?
Sorry, I'm trying.
Come on, you've had, an hour on the job?
Yeah.
And I don't mean to be interrogate. I mean, I'd like to understand, how can we, because I'm one that has said over and over, we need to get going. Journey of 1,000 miles, and this is going to be a journey of 1,000 miles, but it's got to start with that single step. And that first step is, where are we going? And so where are these 8 leaders of this community going to point us?
And one of the things that we know we're going to need to do with this land is create land use. There's no general plan designation. It's a blank piece of land. And so regardless of what we do, we've got to put it through the planning process. We've got to do some CEQA work and environmental work and things like that. So we'll have to do that. We're going to look to this body and the people that this body has appointed in the Planning Commission to really drive that forward. But beyond that, it's as far as I'm concerned, in my limited time as the acting CM for as long as that is my view is it's as fast as this council is willing to make decisions to push this forward, because there will be a lot of decisions to be made, and they'll be difficult. And as fast as the council is ready to move forward with those, I hope that we're ready to move forward with those. That's my goal for the project.
So one question I had was, and this is probably for all of us, it's kind of a rhetorical question, will the 710 ad hoc committee continue to operate and function in the interim? Because none of this is going to be done tomorrow if we adopt the staff recommendations. And again, I really feel strongly that we need to, and I get the ULI's role, but we can get anybody in the country to talk to us. We should be talking to developers from all different walks of real estate and asking them, hey, we own this 50 acres, what should we do with it? And we're going to kiss a lot of frogs, right, before we find Prince Charming. But I'm not a real estate developer. I wouldn't know how to maximize value and community benefit here. respectfully, I don't think our staff does, although they have tremendous expertise. Even in your comments, Matt, you're talking about specific plan, general plan, master plan, plan development agreement. Those are the tools that we bring to bear as land use regulators. We own this thing. And man, do we need the financial benefit and the community benefit and the healing that we will address in the restorative justice. So, I talked last meeting about a heuristic, something that will guide us as we do this. I had just a couple more questions, Mayor, and I've only used 7 seconds of my time, so I guess I've got another.
7 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, that's minutes. I apologize. Time flies when you're having fun.
Seconds.
So, one very granular question was, why not carbon-free instead of carbon neutral at page 5 of the presentation? Because we were clear when we adopted the mandate, as a city at least, that we want to be carbon-free as a municipality. I would ask you to think about that, because carbon neutral means something very different. I also understand that we got correspondence that would elevate the importance of building affordable housing and housing even at the expense of carbon neutrality or carbon-free. I'm frankly a little disappointed that we spent $5 million and we haven't started the environmental work. If I recall, we got $5 million from the state toward the goal of doing the environmental work that they might otherwise have some responsibility to do. But I get it's a big project, and I think the financing is going to have to take all of that into account. Are we adopting one of the two finalists, if you will, of the models, the Gardens and Terraces or the Paseo and Boulevard tonight?
What we're asking is that one be selected, the boulevards and paseos, for the studying process that will go through the entitlement process with the planning department.
And again, I'd sure like to know from somebody that develops real estate as an owner what they'd prefer, and probably that depends on what end use we want. I did notice that the presentation uses the word roundabout. That has some bad history in Pasadena, as you probably recall. And I didn't see any roundabouts. What it looked like was a big roundabout. Was that what was being described along the lines of the one-way streets and
Right, the main roundabout at the northern part of the stub, which is actually north of the relinquished portion of the stub, that would help terminate the southern part of the 210 into
Okay, got it.
streets.
like a clover leaf type thing almost? Okay. And it did resonate with me that at least one member of the community thought we haven't had any debates. I feel like we've had a lot of debates over the last 4 or 5 years, but maybe, we haven't asked the right questions. Again, the comment went on to say, biotech, medical corridor, more parking and roadway, less. I thought Mr. Bailey was very persuasive, and I can't believe he didn't use the word pickleball once. In his presentation. Yeah, there's 16 courts in the plan, but if it's really true that we can save 8 acres of cement and convert that to something else, that we should all hear that. So those are my comments, Mayor, based on the discussion so far.
Thank you, Mr. Madison. Next, we turn to Mr. Hampton, followed by Mr. Masuda, then Mr. Cole.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and Councilmember Madison, appreciate your comments tonight. I agree. I think that we've got to try to figure out how to move this process forward. And so early on in the beginning, assistance. Well, actually, before I want to give a couple thank yous to the ad hoc committee, of course, but really to the ad hoc committee. Thank you for all the work that you guys have done as community members, and it really means the world to all of us. As
the working group, ad hoc committee is
yes, I'm sorry, not
members of the city council.
Sorry, the working group, the 710 working group. I'm not going to thank myself. I do that all the time. No, it's fine. But to the 710 working group, thank you so much for all of your work on this, all of the community, all of the emails that you guys took from us. We really appreciate that. I'll tell you that. So I definitely appreciate you guys for answering those questions and getting us to this point. I also want to thank Marcus, RJ, Brian, Dr. Gray, Sequoia, and John Muir High School for taking our, or at least comments that I made about, making sure that we're engaging the youth and putting them together in a committee, in a group, the 710 Community Fellows Program. I want to thank you guys, and I want to thank Sequoia and John Muir students for being really engaged and spending their Saturdays doing schoolwork, which is our community work as well. So, and to Hillary Norton, who actually spoke earlier, I agree with your comments about the transportation and traffic. I talked to my nieces and nephews that are in their 20s, and they both have driver's license because I forced them to get driver's license so they could pick up things for me. But a lot of young people have zero interest in getting a driver's license. And 3 or 4 years from now, we'll probably have fewer fewer people driving cars. They'll all be self-driving cars. So far, I've only used 2 minutes, so I'm going to keep it under my 5. But I just wanted to give those thank yous before I went into some of the comments. So question I have is traffic. Traffic is going, you don't have to elaborate on it, but it sounds like there's going to be a deeper discussion on traffic, because one of the concerns I have and the residents in my district have is once we cut off the freeway, where does all that traffic flow? Does it flow into my residential neighborhoods?
Yes, the general.
Yes is not the answer.
To your question is there's going to be another analysis on traffic. The answer is yes. The general analysis conducted here was to compare the alternatives of the traffic in the area as a whole, not street by street. But as we start looking at the alternatives in more detail, we will be looking at that higher level of analysis to see what the traffic trip distribution would look like to not move vehicular traffic into residential streets.
And that should also, that analysis should also look at residents getting from the northern section of Pasadena to the medical corridor as well, correct?
Definitely. The access to the medical corridors will be provided, and that'll be part of the analysis.
Perfect. Those were my questions. And now, in the beginning of the presentation, our assistant city manager asked us about where we were on items, I think A through K. So are you looking for answers on that from each and every one of us?
Well, ultimately, what we were looking for, and we realize we may not get it tonight, but we were looking for council to approve the staff recommendations, minus the restorative justice one.
So minus the restorative justice one, I just want to mention, while I'm still under my 5 minutes, that I am in support of pretty much everything except, which I think we need to have a bigger discussion on, is the consideration of a government's structure. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Masuda, followed by Mr. Cole.
Am I next?
Yes.
Okay. No, thank you so much. I want to thank the staff and the 710 working group for their wonderful work, and I know they worked really hard and a very long time as well. So we're here now, so thank you. My question, Brenda, and whoever can answer is, I think the mayor asked this last time, and I had that, and I showed it to him, that I had the same question about governance. Is the council going to select the governance group, or are we still deciding whether or not we're going to go that route?
Councilmember Masuda, ultimately, the council would select the governance, whatever that ends up looking like, and I would believe that it would continually report back to council. One of the models we had in mind, or we mentioned in the presentation, is something similar to an RBOC or a PCOC, where they're able to make, more quickly able to make business decisions, but then the items come back through council for approval.
I was thinking more like the, as you know, I sit on the construction authority for this Gold Line. We make a lot of decisions for the Gold Line. Not Caltrans or Metro, we do. And it moves quicker that way because we're small, a small group, and we're focused. So I thank you for that, and whatever way we go, I hope it's successful. Another question, two questions is, will the 710 have a major focal point? So I think that's probably a planning question, like a hub, something like that, Jennifer, to the, like the major part of the plan.
You're right. That's something that would be developed as part of the specific plan process to get input from the community on, there's been some different ideas put out there. Do you want a plaza? Do you want a park? Both? What are the types of things that you want, and how are the land use is going to be distributed? So that would be part of the specific plan work.
Okay, my last question is, it's going to deal with financing. So would the financing vehicles be decided by the council?
Yes, council ultimately would decide on all of the financing mechanisms, whatever those would be. Staff would be presenting a number of them to council. And as we mentioned earlier, we've already hired Cosmon and Associates to begin that process for us, but ultimately all decisions would be made by council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Masuda. Mr. Cole.
I actually would be prepared to offer the staff recommendation tonight, although it doesn't sound like there is necessarily a readiness to do that, leaving out, of course, the items we previously decided we would not take up tonight, item E and F. However, and the reason I'm prepared to do that is I share Councilmember Madison's sense of urgency. I think I would love to have had this go more quickly, but I actually don't think we've wasted time. I think that we've had a robust discussion, and I do think we have a sense. We're talking about 1,800 units of housing. We're talking about significant commercial development near Colorado and Green. We're talking about which is the second point I'll raise. We're talking about a way to address the very thorny traffic issues that Caltrans has bequeathed us. So to me, I'm anxious to move forward. Let me address two items specifically. The first is governance. I have advocated quietly, because I'm not on the ad hoc committee, that the sooner we put in place people in charge of doing this, and I'm in large agreement with Mr. Madison, although we may differ on some details, that we do not have that capacity today on our city staff. That is no shade on our city staff, but we don't hire people to develop 50 acres of land over 20 years. That's just, we have a fire department, we have a library department, we don't have a real estate development department. We have a planning department that's quite different. And so I would like to put in place people whose competency is that. And I agree with Mr. Madison, they should be talking to national developers, not because we're going to give this to a national developer, but because I think it should be important for us to understand the marketplace as best we can. But I would like to see this be a public development. I think that the public can do this, but you have to hire the right people, and you have to have the right structure. I am open to some version of the RBOC. Mr. Madison is concerned about giving up control, and I think that's fair, but there's just a different set of competencies running a Rose Bowl from running the normal operations of a city, running a golf course from the normal operations of a city, running a civic auditorium and a convention center. And so we have specialists there. And I think we should have specialists in real estate development, and we should have that it should be under the city council. The exact structure of that, I think, is worth a discussion and a debate. But I would like to move that forward as quickly as possible, because I don't think, look, we all sit here every Monday night. When are we, the 8 of us, going to have the time and the expertise to manage this process? We should control the process, but we should delegate the management of the process. We should set the parameters and hold people accountable, but we need to put other people on this right now. I don't mean literally tonight, but as soon as possible. And I think that's the recommendation of ULI, and I think that they know the real estate industry very well. The second point that I would make is, I think, an absolutely key point, which has been raised in a variety of contexts, is the traffic. Let's start with this reality. The traffic now coursing through the southwest part of the city, 27,000 peak trips during north-south peak trips during morning and afternoon rush hour, is an abomination foisted on us by Caltrans 50 years ago. Caltrans wanted to build the 710 freeway, and so they built the 710 freeway, except they stopped at California. But they built the 710 freeway. The interchanges is all there for an 8 or 12 lane freeway. And all the interchanges now dump into residential neighborhoods in Pasadena, South Pasadena, and El Sereno. And they did that for two reasons. One, they figured that they should build it because the 710 ultimately would be completed. And second, they did that because they wanted to force Pasadena, South Pasadena, and El Sereno to surrender to Caltrans and allow them to build an 8 or 12 lane freeway. The 8 or 12 lane freeway is dead. And the 27,000 cars that freeway represents need to go somewhere else. We should be very careful that it doesn't go onto Orange Grove or Fair Oaks, but we should be very careful in transitioning that we don't just accommodate in perpetuity Caltrans' vision from 1950 in the year 2050. The world is changing, as Mr. Hampton has pointed out, and we should not be looking backwards at 1950 for our transportation choices. We should be looking forward to 2050. So I do not accept the principle that we should accept 27,000 north-south cut-through vehicles every day, all day, forever. I think we need to do everything we can to reduce the amount of cut-through traffic through all of our southwest residential neighborhoods. And that's very careful and requires study. I think also, though, we should take with a grain of salt when we hire a consultant to do a traffic study, because the traffic studies are looking backwards. And the world has changed with Waze, the world has changed with Waymo, the world is going to change with lots of other things on the horizon, including AI. So let's be realistic that over the next 10 to 20 years, we're building a future Pasadena, not one that meets Caltrans' vision from 1950. And finally, I'll reiterate what I said last week. We talk about Caltrans as a partner, and I'm sure there are nice people at Caltrans. I'm sure there are smart people at Caltrans. But they are screwing over the homeowners, the residents that they have been horrible landlords to for decades. They tried to force this freeway through for decades, and they still have the signs in Long Beach that say 710 to Pasadena. That is a giant FU to Pasadena that indicates that Caltrans really hasn't changed its spots. Some people in Caltrans have changed their spots, but Caltrans as an institution is still about laying down cement.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Let me just start with a couple of general comments. I agree that governance is going to be pivotal in this effort, and we should certainly run that thinking and that effort to bring a governance structure forward concurrent with the land use planning, if not in advance of, if possible. I agree with much of what has been said, but, I start from the premise that, there are no do-overs in this case. Once we put something in place, it will be there for generations to come. And I use the royal we, not just the city council, but this community. Once something is in place, there will be no do-overs. I used, again, the example of the Pasadena Plaza, that we did hand over to essentially a developer and said, what do you envision here? And they gave us a development and ripped out a lot of beautiful old buildings. And we've tried now to undo that appendage that was created in our city by the Pasadena Mall. We've tried to reinvent it, we've tried to redo it, we've tried to everything possible. And I remember the debates as a young person growing up in Pasadena on Old Pasadena. The argument was, let's just let the development community take care of it and tell us what should be there. Because those buildings are old and tattered, and let's just hand it over to developers. And many in the community argued that point, but the prevailing view was we need to do it as a community, revitalize Old Pasadena to ensure that we don't turn an important historic part of our city into a grand development brought to us by developers. Now, having said that, I do think that developers and the development community should continue to inform, and I say continue because they have. We have engaged the development community, and we've asked the questions, and they've given us feedback. Major developers. And that's been set into motion and has occurred and should continue to occur. And so I'd like to focus us on, let me just one final point. This is not a project. This is the restitching of a community. I've said many times, the complexity of this restitching, this is not a project. If we call it a project, in my view, we take the project approach and we are setting ourselves up for failure. It's the restitching of a community. It's integrating our most historic, architecturally significant district, Old Pasadena, back into the 710 area, on the east side. On the west side, it's an important gateway to West Pasadena, so it's a gateway to the historic district on the east, gateway to the beautiful neighborhoods on the west, and then on the north, it's an important gateway, public safety gateway to Huntington Hospital and to all the med tech that we're seeing there. And then that would be on the south. On the north, it's a gateway to three major freeway connections, the 134, the 210 East, and the 210 West. And so it also becomes an important transportation corridor. And so I don't view this as, and I would encourage us not to look at this as just a project. It really is a restitching and where there will be no do-overs. And so I'd like to focus us on recommendation number 2. I very much see these recommendations as moving the ball forward. We have to go through the land use process. There are no designations in the general plan for this land use. So, I'd love to put a shovel in the ground in the next year, if not sooner. But I think it would leave out the community planning process that has allowed us to curate a beautiful city over decades. And we've got to have that community planning process that involves 2A, which is a transition to the land use concepts from the vision plan. That's the next step. then that's what staff and this recommendation is telling us. Let's take that next step and get the process going. So we can put in place the land use recommendations. 2B is direct staff to continue to develop and recommend financing mechanisms for developing the stub area. Again, an important and critical next step. We can come up with the development community or staff can come up with the grandest of plans. But if we don't have that financing mechanism, then we won't get to first base, let alone second base. Then the third recommendation in the report is direct that the 710 stub area become the city's first sustainable, resilient, and carbon neutral district. That's something that is important. We have an opportunity to set the standard on what that looks like in an entire part of our city. And then D is initiate work on options for council consideration of governance that we talked about. I won't get into that. We carved out restorative justice, so I won't get into that. So I'll jump to G, land use. We're setting goals, and we should be clear, a goal of developing the minimum of 1,800 residential units. I agree, but we could adjust that as part of the planning process. That will, that's giving direction to kick off the effort, but the development process will inform and should inform final numbers as it relates to land use. And then mobility, access, and reconnection. Staff is recommending to advance reconnecting accessibility, multimodal, and active transportation, community safety. And again, I agree that we should get moving on that, and that's why I'm prepared to support all of these recommendations. And then other items, item J is to direct staff to continue to work in partnership with Caltrans. Now, Mr. Cole, I hope we can delete the part of your statement where proposes challenges to creating a partnership, but we should ask staff to continue to work in partnership with Caltrans. It hasn't been perfect. I agree with you, and certainly in the past it was imperfect, our working relationship with Caltrans, but it's improved. It's improved tremendously, and I think there are people at the leadership levels and even the staff levels that want to see us succeed. I can tell you that Ms. Norton and I spoke with the director of Caltrans, and she expressed support and strong support, and I'm hoping to meet with her in the near future. And next is other items. Direct staff to continue to work with Caltrans to identify a new location for the stormwater facility. Again, an important next step, and I support it. And then the final recommendation, K, is to continue to grow existing partnerships and create new partnerships with the public, private, and nonprofit agencies. So those are all solid recommendations, each one of them intended to move the project forward. And so I am prepared to support these recommendations. And I think of these recommendations, particularly on land use, as the outlines of what we want to see this area become. And those outlines are now to be filled in, if you will, colored in by the land use planning efforts that has made us such a beautiful city. And I agree with that approach. And I also view these as value statements, if you will. These are the outlines of what we want this area to become and develop. Mr. Cole?
I see that Mr. Jones is in the queue, but let me make a motion to adopt the staff recommendation with the idea that we're moving forward. And if there are members of the council who would like to hold or modify some of them, I'm certainly open to friendly amendments. But I think for us to have a 2.5-hour discussion 2 weeks ago and have a 2-hour discussion tonight and not have forward motion, I think is not a good signal to send. So here's my motion, that we, the city council adopt from the staff recommendations, item 1, item 2A through E, and E simply is a statement of restorative justice values. On item F, which is what we earlier bifurcated, we bring back for further consideration by the council the language for item F addressing restorative justice, and that we schedule that meeting as promptly as possible, and that we adopt G, H, and on item I would like to propose slightly different language. Direct staff to continue to work in partnership with affected neighborhoods, communities, and Caltrans regarding the transition to the existing freeway to freeway. I think we need to include our neighborhoods in those discussions. I'm still not clear about exactly what this transit mobility hub. I certainly support transit, so I'd like to put the word potential in front of the word creation. And then items J and K. So it is only modifying item F and modifying item I. Otherwise, it is the staff recommendation.
Mr. Cole,
I'll second that.
May I ask a question on your modification of
I?
I.
Work in partnership with affected neighborhoods, communities, and Caltrans regarding the transition.
And I've considered that to be a part of the specific planning process and the land use process. How would your recommendation change that?
I just think that I want to emphasize that we are giving
It's an emphasis.
significant weight to the interests of the affected people and not just Caltrans. I agree, Mr. Mayor, that there are people in Caltrans who have a more enlightened viewpoint. When they change those signs in Long Beach, I'll begin to believe that that agency has changed.
You've been known to climbing large boards and.
Don't put it past me, Mr. Mayor.
I'm not putting it past you. I give you a can of paint and a ladder.
And Mr. Mayor, there is one other recommendation that we didn't have in the staff report, and I've put it up here. It was in slide number 9. And I'm just wondering if Councilmember Cole would like to include this one also, which is regularly provide council with progress updates and seek direction regarding all aspects of overall Reconnecting Pasadena program. I put it on the screen.
Yes, I'd be happy to incorporate that. And I want to again acknowledge Councilmember Madison's concerns. I agree with him that we need to have serious discussions about the economics of this project and fleshing out not just a specific plan, but a development plan. But I think that if we move forward on the governance, it's an open enough question that he will obviously, as a council member from the district, and a member of the ad hoc committee have a significant voice in. But I think we need a vehicle to develop this property.
Absolutely.
And how that shapes up and when that shapes up. But I would like to see it sooner rather than later.
Yeah. And I think the staff's recommendation and our consultants have said to us, we need a plan in place before we can get to that point. It's really a matter of sequencing.
I actually disagree because I think that if we
I'm talking about a development plan before we have the land use designation.
No, but I'm saying that, okay, maybe we are agreeing.
Yeah.
But I think we need a structure in place while we're developing the land use plan. Because to hand a land use plan to a development arm and then say, take this idealistic plan and turn it into reality is not as, I think we need a realistic plan. And that's where I agree 100% with the concerns expressed by Mr. Madison.
I think we're saying the same thing. I'm just concerned about the sequencing, making sure that we get the land use designations correct, that we have something to work from that's been informed by the
Again,
community.
we may be just different words, but I think it's a concurrent process.
And I just had a quick follow-up question. I do support the motion, but for item D, I know Mr. Hampton had some reservations on it, but that's just the staff providing us with options to discuss, right?
Correct. We still need to bring that back to you. And part of that, we're waiting on what ULI recommends.
Okay, and then I guess the follow-up, I know we bifurcated the restorative justice recommendations, but part of their recommendations was that there would be an oversight committee. Would that be included in D, or is that something that we're going to discuss later?
I would see that as part of our follow-up discussion on F.
Follow-up, okay.
Well, with that clarification, I'll support this.
Okay. Mr. Madison, you're back in the queue.
Thank you, Mayor. So did you second Mr. Jones' motion? Thank you. So just a couple of questions. First of all, in terms of item C, the report 2C, the report actually states, refers to our mandate that we reach carbon neutrality, and our mandate is quite clear. It's carbon free, not carbon neutral. So I would ask the maker whether he would be amenable. Obviously, there could be overriding considerations if housing is, direly necessary or something, but I think we should be consistent if we're going to condition it on the mandate that we adopted.
Right, I was just going to note that I believe the resolution is regarding carbon-free energy, and this is about the development as a whole, which is far more than just energy.
What are we talking about other than energy then? Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
We have to recycle all the concrete as we tear it up out of the ground in order to do development. There's lots of other things that will be part of this project that have to reach climate goals that may not be able to achieve carbon free.
Well, it says direct that it become the first sustainable community along the lines the mayor was describing, so I'm not sure we're that far off. My thing is just let's be consistent and let's not misrepresent the mandate as the basis for something different. And believe me, to the environmental community, that's a big difference, carbon-free, carbon neutral. So I would just ask the maker in the second if you'd be willing to at least aim at the same goal of carbon-free.
I 100% support that goal, Mr. Madison. I think that Mr. Hawksworth's point is a fair one. Carbon neutral, where we buy trees in Siberia, should not be part of this, and that is just greenwashing. But to me, carbon neutral is we will have potentially. Building requires the extension of carbon.
Offset every
Right.
impact.
So what we need to do in this district is offset every impact.
Carbon
And that would require a very aggressive environmental, but I'm open to language that makes you feel comfortable because we share the same goal, with the goal of, so first sustainable, resilient district aiming toward a carbon-free future. That would keep the language?
I'm fine with that if the seconder is fine.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you very much. And then on D, it's not so much about control, although that accusation wouldn't be completely wrong, I suppose. I think all of us have a healthy need to control that which we can. But it's more about administrative power, that if we sort of talk about a particular governance structure and then send it off to staff, staff will intuit that we are directing them to come up with that governance structure. And maybe we are. And I think I shared with you that I'm not, I'm agnostic, not, deadly opposed. But I think before we do it, I would say we need to give more direction about what we want to build here, so that that important decision-making isn't delegated to a non-elected group of appointees who aren't directly accountable to the residents like we are. I think the buck has to stop with us.
I agree wholeheartedly, Mr. Madison.
Okay.
And I know that we will not set up something like the RBOC next week. We have to first think about it, then we have to set it up. That should be, I share your sense of urgency about answering that first question. So I see that as happening starting now, so that by the time we do that, it will not only shape the kind of institution that we set up, but will give them the mandate from us as the elected officials with a clear direction. I'm in complete accord with you on that.
And I think even that model would acknowledge that at PCOC, we have a convention center and visitors bureau and a civic auditorium, and the mandate is to operate those in a fiscally positive way and provide community benefit. And there's direction.
Yep.
The stadium, it's to preserve an historic stadium and continue to make it viable, mainly for what we do here on New Year's Day, but other events as well.
Right. And to protect the arroyo, all that is
Right.
incorporated into.
So-
So I see that same process going forward, not just delegating,
Right. Got it.
delegating the implementation, not the direction.
Yeah, mostly I want staff to hear my idea at least, and if you share it, great, and others as well, that be broad in your considerations, and also these kind of paths have to converge at some point. So we've got the clear direction of what we want to do. Here's the right body to be able to handle the governance that I agree. We can't all spend 80 hours a week on developing this parcel, which we could if we had sort of unlimited time. And then the final thing, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I saw a single reference, at least in the narrative reports, to the significant work that was done some years ago in the Connecting Pasadena project. And I want to be clear, I'm not saying that that's controlling or sort of a blueprint in any way, shape, or form, but it should at least be considered. Is that in front of the decision makers with staff and the consultants?
That's not explicitly in front of you, but it was studied by our consultant Perkins Eastman, and all advice and items that were mentioned in there were definitely considered into what became the final vision plan.
Well, I for one would like to see some express reference to it, because a lot of very important members of our community spend a lot of time and energy on it. So I see
And
staff
so
waving. Okay.
in the vision plan,
Okay, great.
it is referenced.
What page? Okay. I couldn't hear. If you could state it for the record so everyone can hear.
Pages 22 and 23.
Great. Okay.
So,
And then-
so Mr. Madison, if you want, item H, to advance reconnection, accessibility, multimodal, and active transportation communities, include the boulevards and Paseo Street and access concept as the working option to carry forward in the land use entitlement process, and including continued consideration of the Connecting Pasadena effort. You
I'd
asked for
appreciate
this-
the reference, yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
mean-
expressed, I think there's validity there, no question. And there's congruity
Okay.
as well.
And then, but on that point, I'm certainly not ready to marry the boulevards and paseos concept. There are elements of the gardens and terraces that I find very appealing, and that actually may reflect better some of the comments around the dais even this evening about the paramount importance of managing future traffic. And, the mayor's comments about no do-overs is salient here, I think. So I guess I'd ask staff if you really need that, we need to land on that tonight. And I would also imagine that what we're actually going to do here might influence that as well.
And we're really asking that be the basis for the land use entitlements that get studied, not that we are locked into deciding that tonight. But just in terms of the additional research or work that the planning department needs to do from here, they need to start with something. And that's what we were asking for. And I think, Jennifer Page might be able to explain that a little bit better than me.
Doesn't it also materially impact the mobility
does.
analysis? Because it's a huge difference to have a boulevard down the middle and not. So
It does.
it
Yeah.
actually does matter pretty substantially.
Yeah, we were seeking direction on the concept so that, this is the foundational piece, right, that we're going to build our work upon. And so getting direction on this point is important for us tonight so that we know moving forward where we're headed.
This is not a public hearing, so could I ask a question of the consultant?
Sure.
So from Perkins Eastman or any of your subcontractors or Mr. Granis,
Vaughn?
a big concern that Mr. Madison and I think share, and others as well, is to what extent are we accommodating cut-through traffic, and to what extent are we seeking to diminish cut-through traffic? And he suggests, and I think there's some substance to that the boulevards in Paseo is more oriented in that direction. Your thought on that?
Kate's just pointing out that the transportation goals are very clearly set out on page 75. But I think the purpose of us to introduce new streets, whether they're north, south, or east, west, is to give us greater opportunity to manage the local traffic and be a local first serving scheme. I fully endorse the idea that we should primarily look at how we serve to reconnect locally. The element that is at the north end, that once we've disconnected and serve locally to reconnect us back to the freeway system, is to allow people to get in and out of the system in a much more managed fashion. So the two are, in a way, can be decoupled from one another. Is the local street system, whether it's a boulevard, whether it's side streets, east-west streets, we need to design to serve this local community first. And I think in doing that, we are going to put in place a system of managing that traffic that will deter people from seeing this as a shortcut. And over time, we will be able to manage that. We do not flick the switch overnight and end up with this plan. We're going to start with one street at a time. We're going to start with phase one of a project, which may be 300 or 400 housing units. It'll be able to be managed and facilitated by the system we have in place today without making changes. Once you've gone down the freeway and painted out the signs, that's going to be another way of changing how people see Pasadena as not being a cut through. But if you're coming here for a purpose. You're coming to go to the hospital, you're coming here to go home, you're coming here to be part of this community and not cut through it. So I think I really want to emphasize the fact that we don't flick the switch on day one, in one night, and everything changes and we hope it works for the best.
All very helpful context. But let me press you, since we're about to take a vote on a motion. You developed both of the concepts, right?
Correct.
And so why are we moving toward this one? What are the salient, most important advantages of this one? Especially, I think I'm concerned, we're told that this will radically affect the mobility. Well, in what direction? That we have to analyze one of them versus the other one.
It provides us with more of a network in order to change patterns. Other than mobility, it provides us a connection in the greenway from north to south, a linear park system that the other one does not have. That happens at the lower level. You'd have to rely on every single developer to add and contribute their piece to create that connectivity in this middle of a block, whether it's at the lower level or an upper level. So it gives you much more control to be able to put that greenway in place. And it moves the traffic from a one-way system to two-way system and has narrower streets. So we would have to have the same number of lanes on either scheme to deal with all the traffic. by having 3 north-south streets, you're able to make those streets all much smaller, narrower, rather than accommodating the number of lanes in
Right.
2 streets.
Thank you very much. With the permission of my seconder, I'd like to just change one word. It may turn out to be de minimis, but that on item H, we change from excess concept as the working option to a working option. I think calling it out.
I accept.
Makes it clear that that's our default choice, but we're not so narrowing as to leave out some potential hybrid. Okay, thank you. That's it for me, Mr. Chairman, and
I think I still have the floor, but thank you. I think that addresses all my concerns, Mayor. Thank you.
sorry about that.
Okay. Okay, I think we have a motion and a second to move us forward.
Yeah, I got it.
Are there any objections to the motion?
You want to take a roll call?
Yeah, let's do roll call. All right. Let's do roll
Do you
call.
want me to? Okay.
Well, all right, fair enough.
Roll call.
All right, for the motion, Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Motion is unanimously approved.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I want to thank Brenda, Harvey Williams, Wendy Macias, in particular for guiding this effort, Perkins Eastman, Point C, and the entirety of the committee, and certainly Ms. Norton. So thank you all for your efforts and good work.
We are moving on to item 17, which is a public hearing. This is the time and place for the public hearing on approval of Public Housing Agency Annual Plan 2026 for submittal to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. On March 2nd, 2026, the public hearing notice was published in the Pasadena Press. No correspondence was received on item 17.
And this is a
You have
routine matter.
public comment cards, Mayor?
Not on item 17.
I'd move the staff recommendation.
Well, move to close the public hearing
Oh,
first.
excuse me. Yes, Mayor. Did you, yeah.
Cole.
Any objections to closing the public hearing? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. On the merits, Mr. Madison?
Move the staff recommendation, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconded by Mr. Masuda. That is approved.
5-0.
And now we.
With gratitude to staff for all their
Yes,
hard work.
thank you.
Mayor. Thank you.
Next, we'll move to the second public hearing. This involves the opening, and I want to emphasize opening of the public hearing for the CIP.
Yes.
It's just merely opening the public hearing.
This is the time and place for the public hearing on the recommended capital improvement program component of the proposed budget for the city of Pasadena and the service areas of Pasadena Water and Power for fiscal years 2027 through 2031. On March 30th, 2026, the public hearing notice was published with the Pasadena Press. The city clerk's office received 23 letters urging the city council not to approve the proposed CIP budget until revisions are made to prioritizing funding for carbon-free projects set forth in the city's optimized strategic plan. 2 letters expressing opposition to artificial turf at city parks and/or providing comments relating to health and environmental impacts and suggested. That's what I have as a count. But we can reconfirm that when the public hearing is continued to the
May
meeting.
4th.
1 letter expressing support of the proposed CIP and advocating for additional infrastructure projects to improve street safety and walkability. I think I can answer that question. And 1 letter expressing opposition to an active intelligence center. Regarding the artificial turf, there was a public comment for, I believe it was an MSC informational item. Am I right on? Yes. And so that, it was asked that all of that correspondence be included for your consideration. They didn't count it up because it was just added from another meeting, but we can tally that if you want. But all of the correspondence, including the correspondence that went to the MSC on an informational item, have been posted online, distributed to the council, and part of the record for the public hearing.
Okay, so we do have a brief presentation. Okay. Then we have public, how many? 8 public comment cards.
We have 9 public comment cards.
Good evening, council members. Brent Maui, city engineer, sitting in for Greg DeVink, Public Works Director for this evening. I have a very brief presentation for opening the public hearing for the city manager's recommended FY 27 to 31 capital improvement budget. I have 2 recommendations. Open the public hearing on the city manager's recommended 27 to 31 capital improvement budget. Continue the public hearing to May 4th as necessary, and thereafter at each subsequent meeting of the city council until the city council determines that the public hearing may close, and then formally adopt the 27 to 31 CIP budget. Some background to encourage public participation. A copy of the 27 to 31 CIP budget is available for review at the city clerk's office at City Hall. Also, more conveniently on the city's website at the following web address. And as you all know, the CIP budget identifies significant investment in the city's infrastructure by funding major projects designed to expand, enhance, or preserve the capital assets of the city. Quick overview, there are 228 active projects with an estimated cost of $3.2 billion. 1.3 billion appropriated to date. There is 243 million recommended for appropriation in FY 27. 1.7 billion unfunded. There's a total of 108 projects recommended for funding, 28 new projects, and there are 49 future unfunded projects with an estimated cost of 437 million. And my last slide, CIP budget workshop is scheduled with the Joint City Council and Finance Committee on April 20th at 2 p.m. And the CIP budget is scheduled for adoption on May 4th, 2026, or at the council's pleasure following that. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. So the public hearing is open, and we will begin discussions on the 20th. Let's call public comment.
Blair Miller, Sam Burnt, Joseph Svoboda, who I think has left, Ann Scheid, Sanford Krasner, Cynthia Kennedy, Tom King, Kazu, Harrison, Shane Smith.
If you've heard your name, please step forward.
And that is all the comment cards that I have for this public hearing. If anybody is going to add their comment, now is the time, but Blair, go ahead.
Ms. Miller.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm speaking on behalf of the Pasadena Complete Streets Coalition. You should have received a letter as part of the correspondence. In generally supportive of the proposed CIP for this year. Just wanted to use this opportunity to raise a couple of issues that kind of go on from year to year, and to ask council to potentially work with staff to address these issues. One is that projects that even are funded are taking way too long to begin construction. And I'm really not sure where the friction is or where the holdups are. But I think it would be really worth sitting down, talking to staff, trying to find out from their perspective what is taking these projects so long, and if we can get these things speeded up. It takes a long time to secure these funding. Once we get the funding, we should be able to move a lot faster than we've been able to move on a lot of these street safety projects, especially as the council had decided that street safety was important to it. And so, we should be looking at these projects. And then the second is what we're talking about when we talk about quick build. It's been proven in many other cities that putting up temporary, cheap, quick traffic infrastructure changes allows the public to kind of see what something could be like, Maybe they like it, maybe they don't like it, but then we know right away. And it can be done a lot more cheaply than, for example, $2 million like the El Molino project in a lot of other cities. So I'd ask council to work with staff to identify some of these other quick build opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam Burnt, and I think Joseph Savota is out, so then Ann Scheid, if you're still here, and then Sanford Krasner. Sir?
The approved optimized strategic plan for carbon-free electricity by 2030 requires 20 megawatts of municipal solar and 75 megawatts of municipal storage. The proposed EIP ranks solar as the bottom 3 priorities and funds only 1/10 of the needed solar and 1/3 of the needed storage. Without a clear funding allocation, these projects will either not be completed, thus failing to achieve the goal, or require another funding mechanism. PWP's promised memo from last week suggests increasing rates or issuing a new bond. They suggest this rather than using the CIP because, as it seems, PWP is using the city's carbon-free goal as a get-out-of-jail-free card to justify funding years of deferred maintenance on the electric system, funding a total of $545 million of indirect carbon-free enablement projects, many of which are completely unrelated to actually obtaining the goal. For example, $27 million for deteriorated pole replacement, $28 million for stormwater capture at the city's natural gas power plants, and hundreds of millions of dollars for grid upgrades to prepare for theoretical increased imports that cannot happen until after 2035 when Goodrich is upgraded. 5 years after the goal is reached, and well outside the scope of the CIP. I don't argue the importance of these items. The problem is that these items are being tied to the carbon-free goal as a prerequisite to invest in the resources that are actually needed to achieve it. Therefore, why not appropriate accordingly to your stated priorities? The outstanding budget that is necessary is $235 million. By appropriately allocating the CIP budget, the City Council can use the existing CIP funds to fully fund the projects that directly achieve the goal. I urge you to send city staff back to ensure the required 20 megawatts of municipal solar and 75 megawatts of municipal storage
Sam, your time has expired.
Are fully funded in the CIP. Thank you.
Mayor, can I just inquire, staff, is there an asymmetry between the optimization plan and this document, the way that Mr. Burnt described, the 20 megawatts of solar, municipal solar, and the 75 of storage?
I honestly, I don't have that information.
Can you follow up and please come back? Because obviously that would be a problem if we're saying one thing out of one side of our mouth and something else here.
PWP will be prepared to talk about that during the presentations next week.
On the 20th?
Correct.
Great, thank you. Thank
So
you both.
I don't see Joseph Savota, and I don't see Ann Scheid, so Mr. Krasner, you're next, and then Cynthia Kennedy, then Tom King, and then Kuzua Harrison.
2 minutes?
Yes, 2 minutes. Go ahead, sir.
I wanted to say I appreciate the carbon-free investment analysis that was included in the cover memo that David Rias and the city manager provided. A lot of this is coming from this. This may be somewhat duplicative of what Sam Byrne just had to say. And this may be more of an accounting or an advertising complaint. But I think it's important. So when people come back and talk about what these radical greenies are forcing us to do, as Tom said, a lot of what is in the CIP is things that would have to be done even if we were not working on getting clean energy. As I said, a lot of these don't depend on whether the electrons we're carrying are clean or dirty. The best example that Sam mentioned was deteriorated poles. An electric pole is going to have to be repaired whether it's carrying clean or dirty electrons. That shouldn't be listed as a carbon-free implement. There's many items that are on the list that are driven by increased loads, which will presumably come about as people electrify, EVs, heat pumps, water pumps, all that type of thing. But they're not really driven by the color of the electrons. And as Sam mentioned, there's things like everything that's related to the Goodrich Unitie upgrade. As our need for power is increasing regardless of where it's coming from, those changes will be needed. voltage conversions, receiving station upgrades, substation switch replacements, distribution switch replacements, conductor replacements. Anyway, there's a huge amount of just deferred maintenance and work needed to support the coming load that's not directly applicable to carbon-free. But I do want to encourage, as the rest of the memo talks about, encourage that we have to identify funding for all the items that are identified in the optimized strategic plan as being required to support our carbon-free electric grid. There's a whole lot of things in the
Mr.
memo
Krausner, your
that
time
she
has
said.
expired.
Thank you.
We will figure out how to do that when we get there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia Kennedy, then Tom King, then Kazua Harrison, and then Shane Smith.
Ms. Kennedy, welcome.
Good evening. Last month, the World Meteorological Association issued its State of the Climate report, and one of its conclusions is that global heating is intensifying faster than we thought. It's a terrifying document. We do indeed face an emergency, and that is why I search for hope. And I think about what this city is doing. And I think about, with great respect, what this council is doing in setting and establishing the climate emergency resolution, in insisting on an implementation plan, on prioritizing and directing staff to prioritize the achievement of this very important goal. Therefore, you can imagine how shocked I was when I saw this CIP draft budget. Let there be no misunderstanding. If this budget is approved by you, it will deal a mortal blow to the goal. Now, what has happened, even after you clearly instructed staff to prioritize achievement of the goal, there is no prioritization. What this memo says, the staff memo says, is that all of these things are priorities, even if they have nothing to do with renewable energy. And we know that if everything is a priority, then nothing is a priority. And then to add insult to injury, a new headquarters for PWP is proposed as a priority with $670,000 for the design alone, for the consultants, and $33 million, never mind the carbon impact of a completely new building.
Ms. Kennedy.
I urge you to reject this, insist on your
Ms. Kennedy.
priorities that you set, and
Ms.
require
Kennedy.
a cross-cutting,
Thank you.
budget-wide review of priorities.
Tom King, followed by Kazuo Harrison, and then Shane Smith.
Mr. King, welcome.
For a city committed to 100% renewable energy within 5 years, it's amazing to me how much money and time we need to use to keep gas going. Yet last year, 85% of the installed energy in the United States, blue states and red states, was solar with batteries. The world sees where they need to go and are going there, even without the mandate that the city has made here. Why is that? A major reason is because there is no fuel cost with renewables. The sun shines and you never pay a dime for energy costs. So once it's paid for, it is basically free with very low maintenance. We are not subject to Middle East troubles, cost fluctuations in that, and once we get the solar in. When you install batteries and solar panels, you clear funding for future budgets. I asked you to postpone as many capital improvement items in the PWP area of funded and unfunded items, including the new PWP headquarters. That can be a cherry at the end of this OSP for the PWP to look forward to, but it shouldn't be a priority.
Thank you, sir. I don't see anyone else. Oh. I don't s-
Zuo Harrison and Shane Smith. Are you Shane Smith? All right,
Mr.
come on
Smith.
forward.
Hi, I'm Shane Smith from District 7. I'm just here to kind of reinforce the comments that you've heard from my colleagues at Pasadena 100, and just to register my disappointment as well at how the CIP just doesn't reflect any of the work that we've done on the OSP or on the priorities that you as the City Council have set for city departments and managers. I know that reestablishing or reprioritizing a budget is hard. There's lots of entrenched feelings. People have their pet projects. They have sacred cows. They have things that they've been planning to do for years. But some things are going to have to be canceled and deferred to find the money that's going to be required to build our municipal solar and storage assets. I have to remind you that these assets are revenue generating assets, whereas most of the other things on the CIP are not. So yes, it's a difficult process, but ask anybody who wants more money from the city if their investment can generate as much revenue as solar and storage assets. So I thank you for all your work that you've done to date on this, but clearly there's more work that needs to be done. Just a final point, that the CIP budget makes it very apparent how much money Pasadena residents are spending on Glenarm to keep it alive. And municipal storage and solar assets will help reduce our reliance on Glenarm. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think that completes public comment.
That completes public comment for this
Okay.
item.
Okay, so the public hearing is open and set for next discussion on May 4th. Mr. Cole?
Yes, I'll be brief because I know we are going to be discussing this later, but I am concerned that if we come back on the 20th, we are going to be stuck with the CIP that we've been handed. And the CIP that we've been handed has some significant deficiencies. So I want to put the staff on notice that I'm expecting alternatives. It'll be up to the council to decide whether you want to accept those alternatives. But in the absence of alternatives, we're stuck with having to rubber stamp what's there, and that is not acceptable to me. The council set in December some very clear priorities. The CIP in some major ways does not reflect those priorities. So the three things that I'd like to bring to staff's attention are, number one, the MSC very clearly said that artificial turf is not our preferred alternative, and that we very strongly want to see the needs of Northwest residents in particular to have access to fields during the time when natural turf must be rested. And so it's really important that the Parks and Recreation Commission not come here empty-handed, Parks and Recreation Department not come here again empty-handed and say, oh, well, we don't have any place for kids to play, so we have to replace at a cost of, $1.2 million, the artificial turf at Villa Park. They need to be clear that is not an acceptable choice and that there needs to be alternatives. The second thing is PWP has understandably and professionally prioritized reliability of the system, but in $300 million in the next 2 years, $545 million over the next 3 years, to say that every single dime of that is needed ahead of our OSP is unacceptable. And so unless they bring alternatives for the very modest investment in solar, which, as the last speaker said, is actually an investment that will bring returns. We will save the ratepayers money, and the sooner we begin collecting free energy from the sun, the sooner we amortize those investments, and the sooner the ratepayers will see that relief, and the sooner the planet will see that relief. And the third is, I'm pleased that for the first time we have $200,000 of dedicated funding this coming year for complete streets programs. But we had, that was one of our 5 priorities, was fixing our streets and making them safer, there is 167 million, I think is the number, of projects that are unfunded for safer streets. So 200,000 is a nice thing, but we're going to have a different model. And I think the quick build model that we've been offered here is a cost-effective way. We're not going to have 167 million to complete all of the gold-plated projects like the Union Street Cycleway. So let's do some cost-effective ways of making our streets safer. And finally, I think you've previewed, Mr. Hawksworth, and I appreciate that there will be efforts to find additional funding for street maintenance, but it is unacceptable to drop back down to $5.6 million. We need $17 million a year just to make modest improvements. We need 100, as you know, 185 million, according to the last consultant's figures, to bring our streets up to an 80 pavement management, which is the goal we should have because we save money in the long run. So it's just unacceptable to come back with continuing to borrow from the future by dropping down from at least even the 11 million we've dedicated in recent years, let alone the 17 million that we really need to be investing. So those three things I'm expecting not the staff to not say, oh, well, we just heard about this. We didn't know it was coming. I'm making very clear, at least this council member is expecting alternatives. The council may not approve those alternatives. The council may be happy with the status quo. I am not happy with the status quo, and I expect alternatives.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Okay, that completes our discussion and our agenda. Thank you, everyone, for your patience.
We need just a motion to approve the staff recommendation continuing the public hearing to May 4th, 2026 at 6 p.m. with the understanding that the CIP budget will have a workshop on April 20th from 2 to 5, which will be a special meeting of the Finance Committee and/or City Council.
So moved.
So the workshop is the 20th, and the public hearing is continued to the 4th, May 4th.
May 4th, correct. Second.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Mr. Madison seconds. Are there any objections? Seeing none, that's approved. Thank you all for your patience and participation and all of your hard work. We're adjourned.
So,